A Season for Second Chances. The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 28. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Chapter 1. On her first day back at the orchard, Cherish was flooded with loving feelings. She'd just attended Favor's wedding, and love had shown up in a big way. Cherish had gotten to stay at her beloved farm, and she'd discovered that her farm manager, Malachi, had feelings for her. He had even mentioned marriage. Marriage! It was the best thing she'd heard in her life, and she'd agreed to date him. He was her first real boyfriend, and maybe if things went well, he'd be her last. However, because of her mother's fragile state of mind, she had to keep her feelings about Malachi to herself. Now Cherish had to figure out if the timing would ever be right for her to leave home. She could be stuck at the orchard for eternity, never able to marry Malachi. Maybe the idea of marrying Malachi was a wish rather than a future possibility. The house smelled like a bakery this morning, thanks to all the pies Cherish was baking. The sweet scent reminded her of being back in Malachi's arms. Her daydream didn't last long before she heard a buggy horse clip-clopping up the driveway. Looking out the window, she saw it was Krystal in the driver's seat. She was excited to tell Krystal every detail about Favor's wedding. Krystal should have been at the wedding too, considering Favor and she had been best friends for years. Since Favor had met Simon, nothing else had seemed to matter. Not friendships, not family, nothing. Seeing no one else around to help, Cherish held her flowered hands in the air and somehow managed to open the front door with her elbows. Krystal walked toward her. "What's going on, Krystal?" Cherish asked. "I've got the best news ever." Krystal flitted through the doorway and into the kitchen. She didn't even notice Cherish was covered in white flour dust. "Tell me, quickly. I love good news. Stay with me in the kitchen. I've got to keep working. I'm in the middle of baking." "Noah told me that he and his father said I can stay in the house and work at the quilt store until they work out what to do with everything. I mean, they've said that before, but they mean longer term than when they told me last time." Noah was Gertie's grandson, and since Gertie had died, Krystal's life had been turned upside down. What Noah had said to Krystal sounded a bit wishy-washy, and if that had been her, she would have pinned them down about the time frame. If there was one thing Cherish needed, it was to know what her short-term future held. However, that wasn't working out very well for her these days. Cherish tried to match Krystal's excitement. "That's great news! Does that mean you're definitely not leaving anymore?" "I told you I wasn't. I'm trying not to look too far into the future. If I do, I get worried. I'm taking things day by day." "That's a good idea. And the book?" "I'm still having talks with a publisher. As you know, they don't like what I've done with it anyway, so I'm still hoping I can get out of it. They're taking their time giving me an answer." Cherish was delighted to hear that the company had not closed the door on discussions.
"That sounds great," she said.
Although Krystal had mentioned terminating the contract a few times, nothing had happened yet. Cherish wondered how hard Krystal was working on it. Krystal brushed a strand of hair from her face and cleared her throat.
"What are you making?"
"Apple pies," Cherish said, as she cut a square from the dough with her chef's knife.
"We're having one tonight for dessert. I've got 3 in the oven, and now I'm working on 3 more. Do you want to stay for the evening meal?"
"I'd love to, if it's all right with your mother."
"Sure, why not? Mom will be happy about that. There will be another ear to listen to her talk about Favor's wedding. She's missing her a lot, so she'll probably talk about Favor throughout the meal if you don't mind that."
"That's fine," Krystal said with a smile. She paused for a moment and asked, "Did Favor talk about me? Was she upset that I wasn't there?"
"No.
Cherish said thoughtfully as she measured flour into a bowl.
But I'm sure she thought of you a lot at the wedding. It was pretty hectic that day. So much happened. Like what?
Cherish closed her eyes. She didn't know where to begin. The awful wedding dress? Jared's outburst? Or the loud reprimand from Aida that practically ruined the wedding?
Tell me about it.
Krystal boosted herself up to sit on the opposite countertop.
Never, ever rely on your mother-in-law to make you a wedding dress.
Cherish shuddered at the memory of that dress.
Favor wasn't clear about the shade of blue she wanted, and then Harriet picked out a shade of blue that she liked. Not a good start. That was a huge mistake right there. There are just so many shades of blue. There's sky blue, then there is an almost lavender color, and a turquoise color, and a green blue. What shade did the dress turn out to be?
Cherish rolled her eyes.
It looked black. When I saw it up close, I guess you could have called it dark, dark blue, but to everyone, it just looked black. Oh, no. She would have looked like she was going to a funeral, not a wedding.
Cherish laughed.
That's exactly what Aida said.
Krystal shook her head.
If I were there, I wouldn't have let her wear it. She wanted to in the end because Harriet made it. I'd say she didn't want to get off on the wrong foot with her. That woman can be so domineering. I tried to keep clear of her. That's the mother-in-law, right? Yes. The cup Harriet made for her was awful too. But Florence had brought along Christina's gift. It was a cup, thankfully, so she was able to wear that without hurting Harriet's feelings. Oh, and Florence also altered the dress to make it fit better. It was an odd wedding. Mom was upset that the wedding wasn't here. I'm sure she'll tell you all about it when she sees you.
Krystal giggled.
At least it'll take my mind off myself. I'll write to Favor and tell her my news. I'll tell her the truth about why I didn't go to the wedding. She'll understand. The truth is always the best. I guess so.
Krystal stared into space. Cherish rolled out the pastry for the top of the pie. Once she placed it over the cooked apple filling, she pressed it firmly around the edges and made a pattern with her thumb.
Bliss and Adam are coming for dinner, too. That's good. I haven't seen that much of Bliss lately. Did they go to the wedding? No, Adam couldn't take the time off, and Bliss didn't want to come without him. Ah, they must be really in love if she didn't want to leave him for a couple of days. Yeah, still in love after 2 years of marriage. Who would have thought?
Both Krystal and Cherish laughed. Then Krystal said,
I wouldn't know anything about love. I don't think I've ever been in that space.
Cherish put the finishing touches on her pastry, and then she looked up.
The love space? That's the one. From what I've seen, love tends to be complicated. Then it's not worth it. I prefer no complications. I wonder if that's possible. I hope so, Cherish said, thinking about herself.
Favor certainly wouldn't have an uncomplicated marriage, considering who her in-laws were.
Can I do anything to help? Krystal asked. You can help me collect vegetables for dinner and then shell the peas. I love doing that. Fresh peas taste so nice. I said shelling, not eating.
Krystal laughed again.
I might taste 1 or 2.
Aida walked into the kitchen.
Hello, Krystal. I thought I recognized Gertie's horse and buggy outside. It gave me a funny feeling until I realized it was you. Yes, it's me. I'm using her horse and buggy. No one said I couldn't. I'm staying for dinner, too. Ah, good. We can catch up and tell you all about the wedding. Unless Cherish has already done that. Has she? No, Cherish said. I've left plenty untold. Good.
Aida looked around.
Where's Wilma? Getting some sleep. Then you'll have to make me a pot of tea, Cherish. Sure. Why don't you sit in the living room and I'll bring it out to you? Danka, and remember, you like it hot. I know.
Aida smiled before she turned around and headed to the living room. After Cherish put the tea kettle on the stove, she headed outside with Krystal to pick some peas and other vegetables. While they were crouched down filling their baskets, Cherish had to know how far Noah and Krystal's relationship had progressed.
What's happening with Noah? Is it that obvious that I still like him? Yes, I have watched the two of you together. He seems very kind, but my only doubt is that he's left the community a few times.
Cherish opened her mouth in shock.
That's having double standards. You were just about to leave, and you still might, according to you. I know, but if I stay, then I want someone reliable. Someone I can trust. Someone who will always be there and never let me down. I think he has a quick temper, and that worries me too.
A deep voice sounded. 2 flowers in the vegetable garden. Cherish and Krystal looked up to see Matthew.
You mean we're the flowers?
Asked Cherish. She'd never heard anything so corny. Yep. When Krystal giggled, rather than saying something mean to Matthew, Cherish knew at once that Krystal had softened toward him. It all made sense. Matthew was seriously annoying, but he was reliable. Krystal had just confessed to wanting someone reliable. Gertie had even had her eye on Matthew as a marriage prospect for Krystal. Cherish stored that information in the back of her mind.
Oh, I forgot the kettle. It must be boiling.
Cherish handed the basket to Matthew.
Help Krystal pick some vegetables for dinner.
Then Cherish hurried toward the house, realizing this was her first attempt at matchmaking. It was fun. No wonder Aida did it from time to time. Matthew might be a better match than Noah. At least Matthew was reliable, and as far as anyone knew, he didn't have a hot temper. As soon as Cherish stepped into the kitchen, the kettle began to whistle. She turned off the stove and poured the hot water over the tea leaves in the pot. While it was steeping, she raced to the window and looked out. Matthew was standing there as Krystal passed him vegetables to place in the basket. There were no sparks to be seen between these two, and no obvious connection. Krystal's face didn't look alive like it did when Noah was around. That made up Cherish's mind that Noah was the one for Krystal. Even though Gertie had never mentioned her grandson as being suitable for Krystal, Cherish was sure Gertie would approve of the match. Cherish wouldn't interfere, but there was no harm in helping Noah and Krystal in their relationship. The best way was to give them more opportunity to interact, and Cherish had just the idea of making that happen. She'd have Bliss invite Krystal and Noah to dinner. She'd have to go too, of course, to see how things went.
Cherish, where's my tea? Are you growing the tea leaves or what?
Aida called out from the living room.
I'm coming, Aida,
Cherish yelled back. Chapter 2. Cherish was proud of herself as she drove alone in her horse and buggy to Bliss's house. She didn't want to wait to talk with her stepsister tonight when she came to dinner. There would be too many people to overhear. She only hoped Bliss would agree to her matchmaking plan, which Cherish was still in the early stages of devising. Cherish gazed up at the serene blue sky. The warm sun boosted her mood even more. Before long, she found herself at the fields of golden wheat crops that lined the road just before Adam and Bliss's house. If this whole thing worked out, it would help alleviate some of her guilt for judging Krystal in the past. After talking to Krystal, Cherish understood how hard it must have been for her to find love. According to Krystal, none of the local men had shown interest in her. How else would she get a husband? She needed help. Cherish had to set things in motion. Cherish had seen the way Gertie's grandson had looked at Krystal, and the way Krystal had looked back at him. It was obvious to her, even without Krystal admitting to being smitten by him. As far as Cherish was concerned, Krystal marrying Gertie's grandson was a meaningful match. After all, Krystal had loved Gertie, and the feelings had been mutual. What better way for Krystal to keep Gertie close to her heart than to marry her grandson? There was no way Krystal would leave the community if the match was successful. Cherish pulled up to the house where Bliss lived, secured her horse under a tree, and made sure it was in the shade near the water trough. She hurried down the path leading to the house, holding an apple pie in one hand and waving to Adam with the other. Adam was fixing a fence in the distance. Bliss was quick to open the door, and she gestured for Cherish to come inside.
"Morning. Come in out of the hot sun."
"Morning." Cherish followed Bliss into the kitchen. After she placed the apple pie on the table, she untied her black traveling bonnet she wore over her white cap and laid it on the table, too.
Smells delicious in here."
Cherish gazed at 3 freshly baked apple pies and a tray of cookies.
"Well, you won't need that."
Cherish pointed to her apple pie. Bliss gave an embarrassed laugh.
"Yes, I will. Thank you. These pies are for the elderly. Now I'll have an extra pie for them. I'm going out to make my visit soon. I only had the ingredients to make 3. Perhaps you'd like to come with me?" Perhaps another time. Anyway, I won't keep you long."
Cherish grabbed a cookie out of the cookie jar and sat down at the table. Bliss was so good with her charitable deeds. Cherish never spent more than a moment considering the ill and the elderly.
"How are you today?"
Bliss sat down with her. Then she sprang to her feet.
"Wait a moment. I'm going to have a piece of your pie right now."
She cut into the pie that Cherish had brought over, and then she sat down again.
"Now you can talk. What's going on?"
Cherish stared at the pie. Was she going to take someone a pie with a piece missing? Or perhaps she delivered slices of pie.
"I'm good, thanks. And how are you?" Good. Nothing new here,"
Bliss said, before she took a mouthful of pie. Cherish noticed she wasn't acting herself. And why was she eating pie at this hour of the day?
"You okay?"
"Oh, me? I'm fine." Cherish believed that wasn't so, but didn't want to pry.
"Well, I actually wanted to talk to you about Krystal."
"Krystal?
"Why?"
Bliss asked.
"She might be leaving the community soon."
"Really?" Bliss shook her head and said, "She just can't deal with Gertie dying so suddenly. She will get over it."
"That's not the main problem. If a woman can't find a man to marry, she'll want to leave the town and find someone who can accept her. Why would any girl stay where there was no future?"
Bliss was silent for a moment.
"She feels she's not truly accepted? Not by the men?"
"Will she truly leave?" Bliss asked.
"Maybe not. I've got an idea. Remember Noah, Gertie's grandson? We met him at Gertie's funeral."
Cherish was getting more excited about the idea as she started to share it.
"Sure. Well, why don't we invite each of them here for dinner to get them alone so they can focus on each other? We can try to set them up. We'll be here too, of course, along with Adam. That way it won't look too obvious."
Cherish watched as Bliss thought for a moment.
"That's actually a really good idea. I'm all for it if it'll stop her from leaving." "Okay, great."
Cherish was pleased with herself.
"We can do that anytime you want. It's a good idea that you're coming too. I don't want it to be too quiet with no one saying anything." "I'll be here, and I'll make sure the conversation keeps going." "Good. Now, did I show you the renovation plans I've been working on for the house?"
Bliss grabbed a large notebook from the other end of the table.
"Renovation?"
Cherish looked around.
"The place looks mighty fine to me."
Bliss shook her head.
It's not. It's not the house I want. Adam told me I can make changes."
Cherish popped the rest of the cookie in her mouth while Bliss flipped through the pages of the notebook.
When would Adam get the time to renovate the house? Oh, he will find the time. Grab another cookie and follow me.
Bliss stood up and signaled for Cherish to follow her into the living room.
I'm having this wall knocked down so the kitchen and living areas will be one big room. Maybe I'll have another window here to allow more light in. Oh, no, I won't. I'll have 2 doors leading out to the porch. That would be simply wunderbar. I can't wait. Double doors. That would be divine. It would be like bringing the outdoors in.
That made no sense to Cherish. The inside was the inside, and the outside was the outside. Why blend them?
Let's go back a bit. You want no walls in the kitchen? So people will see into the kitchen when they're in the living room? Yes.
Cherish thought it a silly idea. Kitchens got so messy sometimes. Bliss's living room was already nearly the size of the living room at the family home at the orchard, and it was just Adam and Bliss living here.
Why do you need to change anything? It looks perfect to me. It'll be better, trust me.
She followed Bliss around the house while Bliss explained the extravagant changes to the house. Cherish was concerned. Where were they going to get the money from? And why did Bliss want to change the house? No one in the community worried this much about their houses. As long as it was cozy and clean, that was usually all that mattered.
My major plan is back here in the kitchen. This is where I spend all my time when I'm not at the orchard.
And where will you be spending all your money? Or rather, Adam's money? Cherish asked.
It's our money, not just his.
Bliss rushed past Cherish back into the kitchen.
Bliss, these changes aren't necessary.
Cherish walked into the kitchen to see Bliss putting the kettle on the stove.
Of course they are necessary. Adam said I can do whatever I like, so I will. Come over here and look at my sketches.
Bliss sat down at the table and opened another book to show Cherish.
We're also going to knock down this back wall and extend the kitchen out. That way we can fit more people inside. Imagine the Sunday gatherings we can have here. And there'll be no problem having our children's weddings here when that time comes. I know it'll be many, many years away, but there's no harm in having the space ready now.
Cherish looked around the kitchen. It was already the biggest kitchen out of her sister's houses, except, of course, for Carter and Florence's house that they'd had built. That house had the biggest and best of everything. Was Bliss focusing on the house so fervently to take her mind off her childless state? They'd been married for 2 years with no children. Bliss kept telling her about more changes, and Cherish wasn't really listening. It was too much information already. Then they were both distracted by the whistle of the kettle.
I'll make us a cup of coffee, shall I?
Cherish asked.
If you'd like to.
Once the coffee was made, Bliss got up and placed the 2 mugs of coffee on the table, and both young women sat back down.
Bliss, are you doing okay?
Bliss looked up from her book and picked up her mug.
Of course I am. And you?
I'm fine. Cherish noticed Bliss was avoiding eye contact with her.
Tell me the truth. Are you worrying that you don't have any children yet?
Bliss looked up and laughed.
No, not at all. I'm very happy. All at the right time. For the moment, we're enjoying our rabbits. We've got 8 of them now. I'll show you them before you go. There are 2 new baby ones. I'd like to see them. Just don't ask me to take one of the babies. I'd never hear the end of it from Mom.
Both of them giggled. Bliss continued to turn the pages of her book while sipping the coffee. There had to be something wrong, Cherish figured, so she probed further.
And how are you and Adam getting along?
Bliss slammed her book closed and looked directly at her.
Is there any particular reason you're asking me all these questions?
Her voice was raised, and immediately Cherish regretted her questions. It was so unlike Bliss to behave like this. She'd only lost her temper once since Cherish had known her.
I'm sorry, I'm just making sure, that's all.
Now Cherish knew for sure that something was wrong, and she was determined to find out what. She'd do that after she matched Krystal and Noah.
So when shall we have this dinner with Noah and Krystal?
Cherish bit her lip, hoping Bliss still wanted to do it. Chapter 3. 2 days later, Debbie walked over to Cherish's room and knocked on the door.
Come in,
Cherish said from inside. Debbie opened the door to see Cherish in one of her nicest dresses, brushing her hair.
Where are you going?
She walked over to Cherish's bed and sat down to chat, while Cherish continued to get ready.
I'm going to Bliss's house for the evening meal.
Debbie pouted.
I'm her cousin, and I haven't been there in ages.
She crossed her arms over her chest.
Is it because of Jared's behavior that she doesn't want me there?
Cherish put down her brush and sat beside her on the bed.
I shouldn't say this, but I'll tell you anyway. It's a matchmaking dinner.
Debbie frowned at her.
Matchmaking for who?
Well, the idea is to get Krystal and Noah together. Debbie was quiet for a moment.
Why are you going?
Cherish stood up from the bed and walked over to her dresser to continue getting ready.
To oversee, and so it doesn't look so obvious.
Debbie looked down, and Cherish knew she was upset.
Tell me something honestly, Cherish. Am I a bad parent?
Not at all.
He's nearly 4, and he swipes at people. None of the other children do that.
Cherish shook her head.
He'll grow out of it.
But what then?
Will he become a criminal? His father wasn't straightforward with me, and some would say that he was dishonest for doing that. Does Jared take after John? I want my son to be a good and honorable man. Maybe Aida is right, and I need to marry so he can have a father to help train him.
Cherish picked up her brush again and started brushing the ends of her hair before she braided it.
Well, what about Peter?
Debbie shrugged her shoulders.
I'm not sure about him. He's been around for years, but I don't know if marriage has ever crossed his mind. If he ever asks me, should I marry him for Jared's sake?
Cherish walked over and placed her hand on her shoulder.
I think you need to stop worrying and follow your heart. Jared is only 4 years old. Kids misbehave. I don't think you have anything to worry about.
She fastened her braids and then put on her prayer cap, leaving the strings untied. Suddenly, Jared ran into the room screaming. He was naked. Well, almost naked. The only thing he wore was one of Debbie's caps, perched sideways on his head. Debbie let out a horrified scream and scooped him up in her arms and whisked him out of the room. Cherish held her stomach to try to stop laughing. She was sorry for Debbie. Jared certainly wasn't the easiest child to raise. Chapter 4. Malachi was on Cherish's mind as she drove her horse and buggy to pick up Krystal from Gertie's house. How wonderful it was to be in Malachi's arms in front of the fireplace that last night at her farm. That memory had stayed close to her heart ever since. The only thing she wished for was more time with him. Malachi had taken almost 3 years to admit his feelings. How many years would pass before they started their life together? How much of her life had already been wasted at the orchard? She yearned to move to the farm. She paused before pulling into Gertie's driveway, admiring the sunset beyond the house. She had to find Krystal her perfect match, or at least a decent match. All Krystal needed was a nice man. She wasn't after fireworks or the most handsome man in the world. This quest on Krystal's behalf, Cherish hoped, would distract her from the longing that was eating away at her. She smiled at Krystal, who had been standing on the porch, waiting. Cherish shouted a greeting as Krystal hurried over.
Hi, Cherish.
Krystal climbed in and sat down beside her, holding a plate covered over with a tea towel.
You look nice.
Cherish looked at the pale green dress that she had never seen before.
New dress? Yes. I hope it's not too much. I had this dress made for me by a seamstress who sells quilts in my store. Oh, you'd know her. It's Maddie Yoder.
She made it for you? Cherish asked.
Yeah. Is it a bad color for me? Not at all. It looks lovely.
Cherish guided the horse and buggy away from the house as the sun sank below the horizon, robbing what was left of the day's warmth.
What have you got there?
Cherish asked, glancing at Krystal's lap.
A cherry pie. Oh, where did you find time to bake that? In the back of the shop?
Cherish giggled.
No, I bought it. I put it on a plate to make it look like it's been home-baked.
Cherish giggled again.
Are you trying to impress Noah?
Maybe.
One day I might bake him a pie all by myself. I'm better at sewing than I am at baking. I'm sure you already make excellent pies. They're okay, thanks to my time with your family. And Gertie gave me a lot of cooking secrets. I have all her old recipes, too. I don't think Noah and his father would want them. I guess I should ask. If they want her recipe cards, he can have them, but I'll take copies of them first. Good idea. How was your day? Krystal asked. It was okay, thanks.
Cherish was upset, but tried not to make it obvious.
Just okay?
Krystal stared at her.
Are you sure everything's okay? Yes, I'm sure. Are you excited about dinner tonight?
Cherish changed the subject.
Yes, I'm very excited to spend more time with Noah. It's funny that Bliss would suddenly invite you and me for dinner, and Noah along with us.
Cherish smiled, but didn't reply. Krystal frowned.
Okay, tell me, what's on your mind? You're not your usual bubbly, happy self today.
Cherish knew she needed someone to talk to.
Okay, but promise not to tell anyone?
Krystal turned toward her.
Your secret's safe with me. Do tell.
Cherish laughed a little.
I suppose it is kind of a secret. Malachi, my farm manager, and I shared a kiss the night before I came back to the orchard.
Krystal raised her eyebrows.
Another kiss? Whoops. Sorry.
Krystal covered her mouth. Cherish gave her a questioning glance.
I'm sorry, Cherish, but Favor told me years ago she saw you two kissing in the barn.
Cherish shook her head.
I'm so glad she only told you about that. I am surprised, though. I thought she hadn't told a soul. I knew that you had a crush on him, but everyone else knows, too.
Cherish glanced at her.
How would they? Cherish, you're always talking about him and waiting outside for his phone calls. How would they not know? It's not just about farm stuff. He calls nearly every night. Every night that I'm there, anyway.
Cherish was shocked.
I'm playing with Caramel. That's what I'm doing outside.
Krystal stared at her.
Okay. Is it that obvious? Cherish asked. I think we all know, but I haven't heard anyone talk about it, if that helps.
Cherish shook her head.
Not everybody knows. For a while there, I thought you might have been the only one to not know yourself.
Cherish scratched her head.
Oh, really? Anyway, we're dating now, as much as we can be, given the distance between us. That's great. I'm happy for you. When will you see him again?
Cherish sighed and slouched forward.
That's a tough question. I want so badly to start our lives together. We didn't see each other for 3 years. There were 3 whole years of not knowing. And now that we both know...
Her voice trailed off. She was tempted to tell Krystal that he'd mentioned marriage, but she decided to keep that to herself for now.
Well, what's stopping you from going back? Mom is. I can't leave her all alone, and especially now that Levi is so unwell. She's not alone, Cherish. I'm there. Or I can be at a moment's notice. And Debbie still lives there. I know, but if Levi dies, she will be a wreck. I don't mean to speak about dying or death, but he's been so sick lately, so my mind just goes to the very worst place. Debbie is busy all day, and Jared occupies most of her time. Mom would have no one to look after her.
Krystal looked at the road ahead.
I always say you have to put yourself first, no matter what. Why don't you just talk to her about it? I'm sure she would understand. You're young, Cherish, and you need these opportunities. She wouldn't understand at all. I brought it up, and she literally ran out of the room crying. Did you tell her you and Malachi were dating? Krystal asked. No. But if she found out you and Malachi are dating, it would be different, wouldn't it? She wouldn't want you to be so far apart from him, especially when you could be starting a family of your own.
That was exactly what Cherish wanted, to go to the farm and start a family with Malachi.
I know what you're saying, but we agreed to keep our relationship private before we announce our joy to everyone. So there's that. It's complicated. My lips are sealed.
Krystal put her fingers to her mouth and twisted them as if she were locking them. Then she made a gesture as if she were throwing the key.
So, who was the first to confess their love? Krystal asked.
Cherish giggled.
He was. And I need the full story, please. It was that kiss that started it, I guess.
Krystal gasped.
A stolen kiss in the barn. How romantic. It was until Favor interrupted us. Then 3 years passed until I went back. Things were weird between us at first. We didn't talk about the first kiss. Favor was the one who brought it up, and then he said he didn't remember the kiss.
What? Krystal gasped.
Yeah, and you can imagine how upset I was. I was mad at him, and then he admitted that he remembered. Mind you, it took a few days for him to tell me so. His excuse was that he was worried that I didn't return his feelings, and that was why he pretended he didn't remember. Ah, so you were both afraid of being rejected by the other one? For 3 years?
Cherish laughed.
Yes, for 3 years. Wow, you really need to get back to the farm or it's going to take you another 3 years to start a family. Then you'll be nearly 30. Not quite, but I know what you mean. I can talk to Wilma about it if you'd like,
Krystal offered. Cherish imagined how many wrong turns that could take.
No, it's something I will have to do when the time is right. It's not the right time now. Okay, well, the offer is there. He does sound like a nice man. I'd like to visit the farm one day and meet him. That's if I stay in the community, of course.
Cherish nodded.
I'd really like that. It's so beautiful and serene. You'd love it. When I finally move, you're welcome to come and stay with me whenever you like. Thanks. But unless I find someone who wants to marry me soon, my chances of still being here are pretty slim. I'm not going to wait around forever. I'll move on. Have you been praying about it? Cherish asked. Of course, but sometimes I get stuck in my own head. The bad stuff I've done is holding me back. Like bad karma or something. No, there's no such thing. God says, ask, and it is forgiven. Completely forgiven. You've said you're sorry, and I've seen how much you've changed. Just have faith. Noah seems nice, and he'll be there tonight, remember? Yeah, I guess you're right.
Cherish read from the tone of Krystal's voice that she was a little uncertain.
Remember, we all get stressed at times. I know, I tell myself that. Even if he likes me, I'm not sure if I like him. It scared me when I saw his anger flare up. People can change. Besides, his grandmother has just died. He probably has all kinds of emotions right now. He wouldn't be acting like himself.
Krystal bit her lip.
Maybe. He's not the only man in the community. It's not as though it's him or no one. If you get to know him better, then you can make a decision. I know, but no one else is interested. They see me as tainted, or not a real Amish person. At least he's been nice to me some of the time. That's not true, Krystal. That first part, I mean. I'm sure there have been other men, and there will be again. I think you just need to give it time.
Krystal grinned.
Coming from the person who took 3 years between kisses.
Cherish slapped her arm.
Hey!
Krystal laughed.
I'm joking. What are men like outside of the community?
Cherish asked.
Some are not so bad, I guess. The ones my mother had been involved with were bad. Really?
Krystal sighed.
Most of them had bad tempers. I'd honestly forgotten what that was like until the incident with Noah. I'm glad I've got Malachi. I could never imagine him having a temper. I wouldn't like to be around an angry person.
Krystal laughed.
I know now why you've always been wanting to go to the farm. I had my suspicions. You need to tell Wilma. I will, as soon as the time is right,
Cherish reminded her.
You've done enough waiting. It's time to act. Here we are.
Cherish pulled into Bliss's driveway. Krystal looked around as the horse and buggy came to a halt.
There's no other buggy here. He can't be here yet. We're a little early, Cherish said.
Krystal took a few deep breaths and adjusted her cop and the top of her dress.
Good. It'll give me a chance to calm my nerves.
They both got out of the buggy.
You okay?
Cherish asked her. Krystal nodded as she clutched the pie to herself.
I want to belong somewhere. I won't belong properly in the community until I have a family, or at least a husband.
Cherish was sad for Krystal, who never had a satisfactory place to call home. She herself had 2 homes, her orchard and her farm. Krystal had nothing and no one. No family aside from a mother who'd always considered her to be in the way. Now Cherish was more determined than ever to find Krystal a husband. Matchmaking wasn't just fun, it was a real-life necessity. Chapter 5. Cherish had never worried about anything going wrong tonight at the matchmaking dinner. She'd thought about it over the last couple of days and found herself in a good, positive mood each time. But when Noah was late to arrive, everything changed. What if he didn't come at all? What if he was with another woman and didn't like Krystal at all? Maybe he'd forgotten about the dinner invitation. Cherish prayed that he'd come real soon. Bliss didn't seem to mind her guest being late. She was occupied showing Krystal all the changes she was going to make to the house. Or, more accurately, how Adam would change the house. Adam sat idly by as Bliss went on and on about new coatings for the walls and furniture, and how to design a new kitchen.
Yeah, but it must cost a lot to take out the old kitchen and put in a new one.
Krystal ran her hands over the samples of countertops that Bliss had laid out to show her.
Is this granite? Krystal asked. No, it's look-alike granite. This stuff is so much cheaper, Bliss said, seeming pleased with herself. I was inspired by Florence's kitchen. My kitchen will never be as grand as hers, but I'm okay with that. We don't need an enormous kitchen, do we, Adam?
No, we sure don't. Cherish couldn't keep quiet.
What's wrong with this kitchen? This is old, silly. The new kitchen will make me so much happier, Bliss said.
Cherish stared at Bliss. Hadn't she already achieved everything that she wanted after marrying Adam? who was unanimously considered the most eligible bachelor before their marriage. Still, Bliss didn't seem to be happy behind her smiles. Bliss looked around about her.
I'm so pleased Adam is a good builder. I imagine you wouldn't get a lot of time, Krystal said to Adam.
Not much. I do things on Saturday afternoons, mostly. I manage. What have you both been doing lately? Adam asked, looking at Krystal and Cherish. Krystal took a deep breath.
I've been trying to work out my life. It's a long story. I won't bore you. Should I stay in the community or leave? I want to stay, and Gertie's family has been kind to me. They said I can stay in the house and keep working in the store until they figure out what to do with each of them.
I'm sure you'll figure everything out, Krystal. What about you, Cherish? Adam asked. When they heard a horse and buggy, Bliss said,
That must be Noah.
I'll go out to meet him. Adam left the three women in the kitchen.
What about you, Bliss? Krystal asked. Any reason why you're keeping so busy with the house? We've hardly seen you lately. This is an old house. When Adam bought the place, he told me I could change anything to suit me. That's all I'm doing.
Cherish tried to understand why Bliss was so obsessed with improving her house, even though nothing needed improving. Had she been offended by someone in the family? Were there problems that Cherish wasn't aware of? Adam came back inside. It wasn't him. Andrew was dropping something off for me.
Did you ask Andrew to stay? Bliss asked.
No, sorry. I didn't think of asking. He seemed to be in a hurry. Now Cherish was worried that Noah wouldn't show up at all, considering that Krystal had gone to a lot of trouble to make him feel special with a cherry pie, and Bliss had gone to a lot of effort to prepare the meal. Chapter 6. Krystal looked up at the clock on the wall. 6:45 p.m. She was sitting at the dinner table in Bliss's house, across from Adam and next to Bliss. Cherish sat beside her at the end of the table. Noah was now 45 minutes late for dinner. Krystal had been excited when Bliss had invited her and Cherish for dinner, and even more excited when she learned that Noah would be there too. She suspected that it was to set them up, but she didn't know for certain. Bliss grabbed a couple of loaves of fresh-baked bread and placed them next to some butter in the middle of the table. Krystal's stomach rumbled, and she pressed her hand against it to contain the noise.
Let's enjoy this while we wait, if any of you are starving.
Bliss sliced the bread and then sat back down in her chair.
Maybe he's not coming?
Krystal looked over at Cherish.
What if he didn't realize it was tonight? He could have got it mixed up with another night. He knew. I'm sure he's coming. He's just running late.
Cherish took a small piece of dry bread to nibble on. Yeah, I'm sure he's been caught up somewhere. Adam turned around and looked at the clock. It was now nearly 7. Suddenly, a sharp knock interrupted the silence. Krystal felt her stomach flutter as she thought about seeing Noah again.
That'll be him.
Bliss got up and headed for the door.
Bliss, why don't you let Krystal open the door?
Cherish suggested. At that moment, Krystal understood that Cherish was involved with the matchmaking. Adam said, Someone should get the door, or we'll be eating at 10 o'clock. Krystal sprang to her feet.
I'll do it.
Krystal opened the front door and, standing in the doorway, found Noah taking off his mud-covered boots. I'm sorry. There was an emergency where I'm staying. Is there anywhere I can wash my hands? He held up his hands. He hadn't even said hello.
Sure, there's a bathroom straight ahead.
Thank you. He moved straight past Krystal. He had no smile, no looking at her, wondering why she had opened the door rather than either Bliss or Adam.
We're in the kitchen when you're ready,
Krystal called after him. Okay. Krystal walked back into the kitchen and told them that he'd had some kind of emergency. When Noah entered the kitchen a few minutes later, he sat down in the only chair available. Sorry I'm late. I was caught up at the farm. I know it's rude not to inform you, but I couldn't. He looked over at Krystal. There was trouble with the buggy again.
Let's start, shall we?
Bliss got up to serve the meal, and Cherish stood up to help her. They each picked up a bowl and walked over to the table. Bliss had prepared beef brisket with sauerkraut and dumplings. Cherish put the food down on the table and then returned to the counter to fetch the gravy that had been sitting there. She brought the gravy back to the table while thinking how lumpy and cold it would be by now. When everyone was seated, they all bowed their heads in silence and said their prayers. When all eyes were open, Bliss suggested everyone help themselves.
What went wrong with the buggy?
Bliss asked Noah. He took a large piece of beef and slapped it onto his plate. Then he picked up the bowl of gravy and poured out a large amount. I don't want to get into it. I've had a horrible day. It was a waste of a day. Nothing went right. He cut a piece of beef and popped it into his mouth.
Oh, that's not good to hear,
Krystal said as she put some dumplings and sauerkraut on her plate. Cherish cut into her beef.
Maybe a nice meal and good company can turn that around.
That's what I thought while I was getting ready to come here. And then the horse I started out with threw a shoe, and I had to borrow a different horse. He shook his head. I can't wait to get home. I don't mean back to my friend's house. I mean home where I live. Krystal was disheartened. All this time she had been looking forward to seeing him, and he'd shown up all grumpy and ungrateful, and saying things about wanting to leave. It was especially rude to Bliss, their hostess. Krystal tried to change the subject.
Bliss, this food is delicious. Thank you so much for inviting us over.
She took a bite out of one of her dumplings.
The pleasure is all mine.
Then Bliss turned to Noah.
Noah, wait until you try the cherry pie that Krystal made. She's simply the best baker.
Noah continued heaping large pieces of food into his mouth and looking down at his food. In between mouthfuls, he said, Shame I don't care much for cherries. There was an awkward silence in the room.
Did he really just say that?
Cherish thought.
Bliss added, Well, trust me, once you taste her cherry pies, you'll start caring about them.
Noah looked up at Krystal. Okay, I'll try a piece if it's that good, but I might not be the best judge. Krystal had hardly expected to hear her pie would be judged. Now she felt awful for her deception of buying it from the bakery.
Thanks, Noah. But of course, you don't have to try it if you don't want to.
He nodded. Okay, then, I won't, because I really dislike cherries. Adam raised his eyebrows. We get our cherries from Florence's orchard.
Yes, it's the best place for cherries, Krystal said. It's the orchard that used to belong to Fairfax's parents. Maybe the cherries you've had in the past, Noah, have been sour or not properly ripe. Cherries from the local orchards are usually amazing.
Maybe you're right. Noah kept eating. Bliss looked from Cherish to Krystal. His actions surprised them. His behavior embarrassed Krystal. She didn't want to be rude to their hosts by getting up and leaving, but she felt like doing so. Could Noah tell he was behaving rudely? Was this normal for him? He continued to cut into his brisket and said nothing more. In fact, awkward silences plagued the remainder of the meal. After they'd finished eating, Cherish collected everyone's plates and stacked them one by one on the table, then turned towards the sink. She decided Krystal would be better off without a man who had no manners at all. Cherish pulled Krystal's cherry pie from the gas-powered fridge and cut it into slices before placing it in the middle of the table. At the same time, Bliss fixed a bowl of cream to go with the fruit salad she'd made by arranging the fruit pieces nicely in the serving bowl.
Would you like to try? You don't have to eat it if you don't like it, Bliss said.
Noah looked at the pie, and his face said everything as his top lip curled. No thanks. I like my pie warm. You're eating it cold?
That's the way we normally eat cherry pie,
Bliss said as she served everyone a slice. Krystal, this is by far the best pie I have ever had, Adam said.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, Cherish added.
Cherish and Krystal looked at each other when Noah wasn't looking and smiled. I've never listened to so much talk about a cherry pie in all my life. Noah served himself some fruit salad and put a good dollop of cream on top. After dinner, they moved into the living room, where Krystal sat on the couch and Noah sat in a small armchair by the fireplace. As Krystal watched him gaze at the clock on the wall, she wondered what he was thinking about. Did he have somewhere else to be? After Cherish and Bliss moved to the kitchen to make coffee, Noah looked over at Krystal and smiled. Adam decided more firewood was needed and headed outside to collect it. Then Noah moved closer to Krystal.
Nice dinner?
Krystal asked. Noah paused, a hard swallow in his throat. He narrowed his eyes at her and responded, A nice dinner for me is a lobster ravioli, roasted asparagus, and a bottle of wine. Krystal's mouth dropped open at his rudeness.
So, how much longer do you plan to stay in town?
I'm hoping to be able to go home soon, but it's taking a bit longer than expected to get everything in order. Now I'm also helping out with some stuff at the house I'm staying at. They asked, and I couldn't say no. I guess I've got to earn my keep and all that.
Well, it's been lovely having you around.
Now she was the one glancing up at the clock. He gave her an odd stare for a moment and looked down at his feet. I want to apologize. He looked back up at her, and she noticed a slight flush across his face. My behavior hasn't been the best. It could be better, and I know that. I get frustrated in situations sometimes, and it can make it hard to control myself. Krystal felt a spark of hope. She was pleased he apologized, even more so that he acknowledged his actions. Noah looked over his shoulder and said, I want you to understand that I deeply regret not spending more time with my grandmother. My chance to get close to her has gone, and I have no one to blame but myself. He let out a long sigh. It weighs on my mind. Just because my father had a strained relationship with her didn't mean I had to keep away too. Krystal heard the pain in his voice, as though he was holding back tears. She liked this side of him.
I understand and accept your apology, she said. Gertie took me under her wing. It hasn't been easy for me either.
Thank you, he replied. I'm glad that we met. In you, perhaps I still have some kind of connection to her. Krystal's cheeks burned.
I'm glad you came here tonight. I enjoy your company.
They looked at each other and smiled again before Bliss and Cherish walked back into the room. Chapter 7.
How are we doing?
Cherish placed 2 cups of coffee in front of them.
We're doing good. Thank you, Cherish.
Krystal picked up her cup of coffee and took a sip.
Bliss, dinner was amazing.
Krystal was so happy that Noah had apologized. She had started to wonder whether he was right for her, but his explanation made sense to her now. Everyone had their own flaws, but the fact that he knew he had flaws was pleasing. If they did start dating, she would have to teach him how to be tactful. Honesty was well and good, but sometimes too much honesty left people with hurt feelings. Thank you for having me over for dinner, Noah said. I'm very tired, so I must be on my way now. He swung his coat behind him and slipped it on.
Are you sure you don't want to stay to drink your coffee? It's freshly brewed.
Bliss looked down at the coffee he hadn't even started. He looked at Bliss and looked back at Krystal. I guess I don't mind if I do.
I'll be back in a minute,
Bliss said.
I'll help." Cherish and Bliss disappeared from the room. Once in the kitchen, Cherish whispered to Bliss, "This is a perfect chance for Noah and Krystal to have alone time in the living room." Bliss agreed, especially with Adam outside fetching some extra firewood. While they waited in the kitchen, Cherish noticed Bliss seemed quieter than usual. Now was a perfect time to talk with her and find out what was troubling her. Bliss made herself busy by washing the dishes, and Cherish picked up a dish towel to dry them. After a while, Cherish put down the dish towel and turned to face Bliss. "You haven't said a word this whole time. Is something wrong?" "Oh, don't worry about it. It's stupid." Bliss continued to scrub the dishes, noticeably harder than before. "Come on, Bliss, you can talk to me," Cherish insisted. She placed her hand on Bliss's shoulder in a comforting way. "Okay, but please don't repeat this." She turned to face Cherish. "It's about Adam." She glanced at the door to make sure no one was coming. "What about him?" Cherish asked. Bliss whispered, "I don't know, but I'm sure there's something going on with him and Krystal." "Are we talking about Adam, your husband?" "Yeah." "What do you mean? Did something happen?" Cherish asked. "Well, no. Nothing has happened, but I've noticed they talk a lot at the meetings. They seem close. I can't help but wonder about things." Bliss turned around and started washing the dishes again. "I'm sure it's nothing. Why don't you ask Adam what they talk about?" "I have. He won't tell me anything, which makes me even more uncomfortable," Bliss huffed. "Well, I'm not sure, but I know Adam loves you, Bliss. You have nothing to worry about with him." Cherish continued drying the dishes. Now she was wondering what Krystal and Adam could have to talk about. "It might be something about the quilt shop. She had Adam do some work there a few years ago." "I don't know, Cherish. She might be in love with him." Cherish laughed. "You're being a little dramatic. She's not in love with your husband. It seems to me she's more interested in Noah than an unavailable married man." Cherish shrugged her shoulders. She had seen the way Krystal looked at Noah, and she was sure she wasn't interested in anyone else. Adam wasn't even an option for her. "Yeah, Cherish, easy for you to say that, but she flirted with Adam before we married." Cherish let out a laugh. "That was years ago. And anyway, Krystal has flirted with a lot of young men. Adam was one of many." "This is true." A tiny smile hinted around Bliss's lips. "I realize that, but at the meetings, I always see them together. They talk as though they're having a serious heart-to-heart conversation. They always find a location where they can't be seen by other people. Are they planning to leave the community together?" "Excuse me, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." Noah walked into the kitchen. Cherish and Bliss stood there frozen like statues, gaping at Noah. Noah rubbed his chin, staring back and forth between the two of them. "Did one of you say Krystal flirts with everyone?" Cherish cleared her throat and lifted her chin as she stood up straight. She quickly glanced at Bliss, whose eyes were wide. Had Noah overheard their entire conversation? "Oh, not at all, Noah," Cherish said. The time is getting on, and you were promised more coffee, right?" Bliss said. Cherish hit her head dramatically. "Oh, coffee! I'm so sorry we forgot." "I'm not sure if I was promised more coffee. I didn't want the one I was given." Noah looked concerned, and Cherish knew he had listened to every single word they'd said about Krystal. Cherish quickly filled the plunger with coffee and hot water. After that, she poured him a cup of coffee. "Thank you, Cherish." Noah turned and walked out the kitchen door with another cup of coffee that he didn't want. Cherish turned to face Bliss. "He overheard us? This is dreadful. I feel awful for Krystal. We never should have said anything.
Bliss looked more worried than before.
I'm sure he didn't hear all of it.
Cherish tried to sound believable for Bliss's sake, and for all their sakes. Krystal looked up and smiled at Noah when he came back into the room with a cup of coffee.
Did you enjoy dinner?
Krystal asked, smiling at him. She remembered she'd already asked him that, and he talked about lobster something or other. Yes, it was quite delicious, thank you. Noah looked down at his full cup of coffee and set it beside the other coffee he'd barely touched. Krystal noticed he seemed more withdrawn, but at least he had given a better answer about the meal. Excuse me, I'm going to call it a night.
Oh, so soon? You only just got fresh coffee.
Noah turned to face her. Can I ask you something? He looked so deeply into her eyes that it made Krystal nervous.
Yes, of course.
She tried to calm her nerves. In a quiet voice, he asked, Are you in love with Adam Wangard? Krystal gasped and choked at the same time. She reached for a tissue to cover her mouth as she coughed a couple of times, and she lowered her voice to avoid embarrassment. Excuse me? What are you talking about? Krystal could not believe what he'd said. Why would you ask me if I'm in love with Adam? He's married, after all. I'm sorry. It's not my place to say anything. I simply overheard Bliss and Cherish talking in the kitchen. Krystal was outraged.
What? She said. What did they say?
She realized she was yelling and tried to remain calm. They were talking about her behind her back? Why were they making accusations? Was this why they had brought her here tonight? To ruin her chance at love? At that moment, Krystal had never felt more alone. Chapter 8. Noah stood up. I'm sorry. It's none of my concern. I don't mean to cause any trouble. I hope you have a good evening. He met Adam coming in with an armful of firewood and said good night. Good night, Adam said, looking confused. And say good night to the ladies for me, if you wouldn't mind. I have to leave. Adam looked at Krystal, as though waiting for an answer over the sudden departure. Krystal dare not say anything, or she might be accused of something else she didn't do or say. Before she could stop herself, Krystal was already in the kitchen. Bliss and Cherish were still talking, and both stopped and stared at her when she walked in.
Krystal, hi,
Cherish said nervously. Krystal started to pace as she started talking, while Bliss looked at the floor.
Why do you think I'm in love with your husband?
She tried to remain calm, but she couldn't help being annoyed. Krystal paced, and Bliss raised her head and watched Krystal.
Well?
She asked. Bliss lowered her gaze again and remained silent, but Krystal was ready to wait for an answer. She'd wait all night if she had to. Cherish was the one who spoke.
Bliss doesn't think you're in love with her husband. It's just that you two talk quite a lot at the meetings.
Cherish shrugged her shoulders.
So, what if we talk? I talk to him because he's a man, and he gives me advice about men.
Krystal took a step closer to Bliss and said the same thing to her.
I just have conversations with him, Bliss, and he gives me good advice about things. He's not interested in me, and I'm not interested in him. Not like that.
Bliss couldn't look up from her feet. It was as though she was frozen. Knowing Bliss didn't do well with conflict, once again, Cherish had to speak for her stepsister.
She knows, and we're sorry. We shouldn't have said anything. Bliss was just concerned, that's all. It was nothing bad about you. Say something, Bliss. Why does your younger sister speak for you all the time? I want to hear from you, Krystal said. Stepsister, Cherish corrected. No, you're right. I am insecure. I'm so sorry, Krystal. I shouldn't have said such bad things about you.
Bliss burst out into tears.
I feel so bad. Please forgive me. I'm so stupid sometimes.
Bliss blinked back tears. Krystal breathed out deeply. She hated seeing Bliss so sad.
It's okay, Bliss. I forgive you. Please come and speak to me next time you have a problem. I would never flirt with anyone's husband, and they'd never want me anyway. I wasn't born into the community, and that's all anyone sees, she said flatly. Don't be silly, Krystal. There is someone for you, Cherish said. Noah has just left after what he heard, Krystal told them. Cherish gasped. He's gone? Yes. I thought we were all friends. Krystal's mouth turned down at the corners. We are. We're both sorry. We should have asked you, Cherish said. You do belong around here, and you are meant to be here. Adam stepped into the room, saw something was going on, and wisely backed out of the room. Well, I thought I might have a chance with Noah, but after what's just happened, I don't think he'll be interested now. Krystal put her hands on her hips and sighed. Life in the community had become unbearable. She was trying so hard to fit in, but she just couldn't. She didn't think she'd find a man to marry either. Tonight had been a disaster. Oh, Krystal, I'm so sorry, Bliss said. Krystal walked over to Bliss and gave her a hug. It's okay. I know you didn't mean it. You should have talked to me about it, though. She patted her back firmly, wanting to comfort her, but she was still annoyed with the situation. She hadn't come there tonight for this. I'll be sure to let Noah know we were just joking, Cherish told Krystal. Don't worry about it. Krystal secretly hoped Noah would get over it. No, it's okay. I'll explain it to him, Cherish offered. Don't. Krystal shook her head. You'll probably only make it worse. Adam walked into the room again. I must have missed something. What happened? The girls all looked at one another, none of them wanting to tell him. I'll tell you later, Bliss said. Cherish glanced at the clock. Oh, look at the time. Don't worry about helping me in here. It's okay if you just go. It has gotten pretty late, Bliss said. Thanks. Are you ready to go, Krystal? Cherish asked. I am. Oh, take the rest of your pie home, Krystal, Bliss said. Krystal shook her head. You'll eat it, won't you? I'm not really a pie eater. Sure, we'll eat it. Thanks for bringing it. Bliss gave her a warm smile. After that, they said their goodbyes to Bliss and Adam. When they were heading away from Bliss and Adam's house, Krystal said, That was one of the most embarrassing nights of my life, and I've had a few. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I had this dumb idea to help you and Noah get together. I thought you'd make a good pair. I never imagined it would all blow up like this. Thank you. It was a nice thing to do. Before you do something like that again, will you give me a heads up? Don't worry. I'll never do anything like that again. Cherish sighed heavily. I'll probably get kicked out of the house and out of the shop now. He'll never speak to me again. Move back to the orchard if that happens. You won't be homeless, so don't worry. I have been homeless, Cherish. You don't know what an awful feeling it gives you in the pit of your stomach. That feeling never goes away. It's always there, just under the surface. Cherish tried to imagine what that would be like. She'd always had such a large and loving family that she couldn't even fathom what it'd be like to be homeless. You have so many friends in the community now. Everyone wants you to stay. Yeah, except the one person whose opinion really counts, the bishop. No, he wants you to stay too. Anyway, this earth is not our home. Our real home is with God. This is all just temporary. Yeah, well, I might soon need somewhere else temporarily to stay.
Krystal looked over at Cherish. Cherish insisted.
I'm sure the bishop would want you to stay if you're not writing that book. He left the choice with you.
I told you, I've already written it, and I'm trying to get out of having to do the stupid rewrite. They know I want out. I'm still waiting to hear back from them.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Cherish bit her lip. She really should listen more when people talked, rather than considering what she was going to say next.
I've offered my advance back to them, Krystal said.
You did?
Yes, kind of.
Cherish frowned, wondering how she could kind of offer the money back to the publisher. When they pulled up at Gertie's house, Krystal sat in the buggy in silence and stared at the house. Krystal sighed.
I'll enjoy staying here for the time being, she said. It's odd without Gertie here, but I am looking after the place for her. You're doing a great job.
Krystal looked over her shoulder at Cherish.
Thanks. I like to believe so. I'll follow your advice, and I'll take one day at a time.
Cherish didn't remember saying anything of the kind.
That's always best. You never know what good things are coming your way. That's right. Thanks for the idea of tonight. It was kind of you, but I'm glad you agreed that it's something you'll never repeat.
Cherish nodded.
As I said, I won't. I can't wrap my head around Bliss thinking there was something funny going on with me and Adam. I guess I can't talk to him like I used to now. Maybe if you get more friendly with Bliss, you can talk to Adam and Bliss as a couple.
Krystal nodded.
I guess. But I've always gotten along better with men. I relate to them better. What do you think? I'm more used to women. I guess it's because I've got so many sisters. I'm not really sure how men's minds work. They're so different.
Krystal smiled.
They are a bit. That's why it's good to get Adam's advice about men. Well, that's what I thought. I'll visit Bliss soon and sort things out with her. I'm sure she's as embarrassed as I am about the whole thing. I'd say so.
Krystal leaned forward and hugged her.
Thanks, Cherish. You're a true friend. Just don't forget me when you get married, like Favor did.
Cherish laughed.
I'll try not to. Anyway, you'll probably get married before me, so don't forget me. I doubt that will happen, and you are kind of unforgettable anyway. Good night.
Krystal jumped down from the buggy and walked toward the house. Cherish watched and waited until Krystal got safely inside before she turned her buggy around to head home. She replayed all the events of the night in her mind. Noah had never even thanked Bliss for the meal before he stormed out. He hadn't even said good night. That wouldn't have been so bad under the circumstances, but he'd arrived so late, too. Hopefully, he'd leave soon, and they'd be rid of him. What a mess tonight had been. She'd never try to match anyone up again. Ever. Chapter 9. The next day, Krystal sat in the shop mending a quilt that had come apart slightly at one of the seams. She thought about her life and how time was ticking away, and wondered for the umpteenth time what she'd do about finding a man in the community. Was she prepared to be single forever? She had tried to leave it in God's hands and not worry, like everyone suggested, but it was much easier said than done. Then the realization hit her. If she didn't find a man, that meant the community wasn't her home anymore. She didn't want to raise a family outside of the community. But what if her soulmate was an Englisher, and she was meant to bring him into the community? Was that why she was still single right now? Leaving the community was a risk, but so too was staying. Her biggest fear about finding a man in the outside world was that he could leave her at any time. and leave her with children. Was she destined to become like her mother, going from one man to another, dragging a child with her? She prayed the same prayer several times a day. She knew that God's plans were not her own, and that everything happened in His time. But she wanted to know when her prayers would be answered. Had she made so many bad choices in the past that He was withholding His blessings? The previous night at Bliss and Adam's house still weighed heavily on her mind. Noah had been so distant after he'd overheard some things that Bliss and Cherish had said. It was as if he didn't want to be around her anymore. She wished she understood why he had changed so much. She still liked him, even though it seemed illogical. Hopefully, he wouldn't believe what he heard Bliss and Cherish saying. He'd know that women and men gossiped sometimes. She hoped he would remember the good things Gertie had said about her. Her head shot up at the sound of the bell ringing as the front door opened. "Good morning, Krystal." Her heart melted at the sight of Noah. "Good morning." He looked back at her with a warm smile. "I've come to say goodbye." Her heart sank. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Back home?" He avoided eye contact as he then looked around. When he gave no reply, she asked, "You're leaving already?" She thought they would have more time to spend together, time to explain what happened last night. Then he smiled again, but she felt his smile was thinly masking something else. Was it anger? The same anger she saw that day when the buggy had gotten stuck in the mud? "Yes, I have business back in my town I need to attend to," Noah said. Krystal needed answers. "Will you be back soon?" She tried her best not to sound like the desperate woman that she was. Last night, he apologized for his shortcomings, and that showed there was a glimmer of hope. "I'll be back to sort out some things. I'll let you know what we're doing with the shop and the house." His words were firmly spoken. She was sure he was letting her know not to get too comfortable. "Okay, not a bother. I shall be here when you decide." "Noah, about yesterday," she started. "I'm sorry, Krystal. Let's cut through all the small talk and all that. I know why we were both there last night. I don't take kindly to that sort of thing, and I considered not showing up at all. I do like you, and that's why I accepted the dinner invite. But there are just too many signs that things between us could go very wrong." "Yes, but I have been in the community for years now, and Gertie trusted me," she said hopefully. "Why are you bringing up trust?" He stared at her, bewildered. "Trust is not in question here, is it?" I'm talking about trust because of what happened yesterday at Adam and Bliss's house. It was like you didn't trust me." "It's not me who has a problem trusting you. It's your friend, Bliss. You can't blame her, though. I wouldn't put my trust in an outsider. Gertie was an old woman, and you're an outsider. She might not have minded that, but I won't tolerate it in my wife. I have prayed long and thought hard about it, and it's what I sense that God's telling me." Krystal was crushed, but that feeling was overtaken by the surprise at how rude he was. He didn't have to treat her differently just because she had grown up in a highly technological society instead of an Amish community. "Okay, if that's how you feel. But just know this." She tried to hold back tears. "Everyone in the Bible accepted Ruth, and she was a Moabite woman. She converted, and that's all I've done." "That is how I feel." He stared directly into her eyes, making her shiver. "I've been meaning to go over the books for the store," he said in a soft voice. "My father is asking me, and I looked for the books at the house just now, and they weren't there." "Oh, you've been at the house today?" "Yes, just now. I saw you're keeping it clean and tidy. Thank you." She was a little shocked that he'd just walk into the house where she'd been staying without even telling her. "The books are here. They're large ledgers.
How many years do you want to go back?
5 years.
Gertie was always organized. She labeled them all.
So she kept the books? Noah asked. You didn't?
Yes, Gertie liked to do it. She was methodical and precise. She looked forward to doing the bookkeeping. She might have been old, but her mind never faltered. She was always sharp.
Krystal went into the other room and pulled all the ledgers off the shelf. Noah joined her and helped her put them in order.
I'm sure they're all up to date. I've been updating them daily since it happened,
Krystal said. I appreciate it. You know this is necessary, right?
Sure.
Krystal shrugged her shoulders.
Do whatever you have to do.
He hesitated, then said, I might stay for an extra few days to go through the books. He bundled them all into his arms and started walking out.
Goodbye for now.
Krystal felt there was hope that he might change his mind about her. Was he staying to look over the books, or was he staying because he liked her, and that provided him with an excuse? Goodbye, Krystal, he said when he got to the door, sounding as if he'd not even heard her goodbye.
Bye,
she managed to say just as he walked out. And that was that. He'd had no problem telling her about his biggest concern when it came to a future with her. Unfortunately, he wasn't the first person with that worry. The sad thing was, she couldn't go back and change her parentage or the location of where she was born. Krystal hoped she wouldn't be disappointed again. Could she be wrong about everything she mentioned about Ruth, the Moabite woman in the Bible? Either way, she couldn't stop the emotions from welling up inside her. She tried to hold back the tears, but they wouldn't stop. She missed Gertie now more than ever. The sadness gave her a sharp ache in her chest. Krystal walked out the door and looked up and down the street. Seeing no one, she locked the door and put a "back in 5 minutes" sign up. She sat in the back room of the store alone, not knowing what would become of her. She allowed herself to cry for a good 5 minutes before mentally picking herself up and wiping her tears away. She stood up, straightened her clothes, and told herself she had some beautiful quilts to sell. They weren't going to sell themselves. She had to open that door for business. That was what Gertie would have told her. When she took another step, the toe of her boot caught on a loose board, and she was flung forward, face first. Luckily, her hands broke her fall. This was turning out to be the second worst day of her life. She was about to push herself up when something caught her eye. There was a drawer at the very bottom of the desk. She'd never noticed it before. How could she? It was not in a proper place for a drawer. What on earth? She sat on the floor and opened the drawer, which she figured had to be a secret compartment. There in the middle was a small wooden box. She picked up the box and stood up. Curious, she opened it. Her heart raced as she picked up a letter that had Krystal written on the front. Chapter 10. She knew at once that it was Gertie's handwriting. Her heart pounded hard in her chest. It was as though Gertie was reaching out to her from beyond the grave to comfort her. With trembling hands, Krystal unfolded the letter and read it. Dear Krystal, I know life is hard for you here. I hope if anything ever happens to me, this money will serve you well. Thank you for being a dear friend. Love, Gertie. Krystal looked inside the drawer to see a brown paper-wrapped bundle. She opened it to see there were 4 lots of $100 bills inside. With a quick calculation, she figured it was at least $10,000. No! She dropped the money and covered her mouth with her hands. She couldn't believe it. She didn't expect such generosity from Gertie. Once again, Tears fell down her cheeks. If anything was a sign from God, this was. This money would allow her to get on her feet once Gertie's family sold the quilt shop and the house. It was enough money to lease a small place of her own. She already knew she'd have no trouble finding another job. So many worries had now been lifted off her shoulders. Now the thought of giving back the money from the publisher didn't hurt so bad. She looked upward. Thank you, God. And thank you, Gertie. For the first time in ages, she felt like she was in the right place, and that God would take care of her, no matter what Gertie's family decided. She pushed the box and the money into her string bag. Then she squatted down and pushed the drawer back into the desk. She jumped when she heard someone knocking on the glass door. She quickly wiped her tears away before opening the door to her customer. It was Matthew. "Good day, Krystal," he said when she opened the door. "How are you today?"
Matthew, hi. What a surprise, she said, replacing the sign with the one that read open.
"What's the matter?" he asked, concerned.
Krystal considered whether she should tell him about the money she had just found. What would other people think if they knew? Would they think she was greedy if she kept the money? Or would Gertie's family take it from her? Gertie wanted her to have it, so no one else needed to know. She decided she would keep it quiet for now. "Oh, Noah just left."
"Left? Left for good?"
Krystal nodded.
"That's surprising that he's gone, considering he likes you," Matthew said.
Krystal shook her head. "No, he's not interested in me because I wasn't born Amish. He told me straight out." When he locked eyes with her, she regretted blurting out her secret so quickly, but they had spilled out of her mouth before she could stop them. Then Matthew's lips turned upward.
"Well, that's his loss. Now, you don't worry about him. You're a beautiful woman. I'm sure there's a better man for you out there."
His words were so reassuring that she almost believed him. Matthew's eyes twinkled.
"Maybe he's even closer than you think."
He'd grown tall enough for her to have to look up at him. He was handsome, but in many ways still so immature. "Thanks, Matthew. Sometimes it's hard to trust God when you've waited so long for something."
"He's always got a plan for us. You know that," he said. "What was so good about this Noah guy, anyway?"
Matthew's comment made Krystal think for a few moments. She thought about the tantrum Noah had thrown on their first date, the cold and distant way he'd been when they met, and his rudeness to Andrew Weeks, who had helped them pull the buggy out of the mud. Noah hadn't even said thank you. She'd had to yell out the window to thank Andrew. "You know what? I actually don't know." She laughed at herself.
"You'll be all right,"
he said in a jovial voice that fully cheered her up. "Thank you, Matthew." Matthew's kindness transformed her mood. She knew he would never judge her for the circumstances of her birth. She wanted to marry a nice man who made her feel as good as Matthew had just managed to do. She was still overwhelmed by the amount of money left to her by Gertie. Her emotions were seesawing today. She wondered where Gertie would have gotten that much money, and how she would have spent it if she'd kept it. She'd always been so careful with money. She'd taught Krystal a thing or two about stretching her cash. Maybe Gertie thought her son and grandson would not be happy with her having it. That would explain why it had been hidden. Krystal didn't know what to think anymore. She just thanked God that he was watching over her. It made her feel less alone. Why are you here, Matthew? Do you want a quilt?" He laughed.
"No."
"Aren't you supposed to be working in the orchard with Fairfax?"
"Yes, I was just at the tool shop. I stopped by on a whim," he said. "Just thought I'd stop by and say hi."
She smiled at him. "I'm glad you did."
"Me too," he responded, then said, "Oh, are you going to the harvest cookout?"
At the apple orchard?
"Yes. Don't forget to come." He dazzled her with a large smile. It felt good to be wanted.
I'll definitely be there for that. I'll get there as early as I can to help out.
"I'll look forward to seeing you there." He nodded and turned to leave. She walked him to the door.
Thanks for cheering me up, Matthew. And please don't tell anyone what I said about Noah.
Hey, your secret's safe with me. And remember, don't settle for just anyone. You're a beautiful young lady, and you're smart, too. Matthew made her feel she was actually a worthwhile and valuable person.
Thanks, Matthew. I'll remember what you said.
Before he walked out the door, he paused long enough to flash her another smile. Chapter 11. The Night Before Harvest. As soon as Cherish finished washing the after-dinner dishes, she made Aida and Wilma cups of tea. Then she brought out mugs of coffee for Samuel and Levi. Afterward, she gathered some supplies so she could start making the gift bags for the schoolchildren. Then there was a bundle of paperwork she spied that Fairfax had left for her in the living room. She often helped him double-check the figures for the orchard. There were always so many things to do. The children were touring the orchard the next day, and they were always given gift bags. All the items were spread out in the utility room, and all Cherish had to do was package them up. This was tedious, and she missed her sisters while doing it. They'd had a lot of fun together when they were younger, but now she barely saw them. When Cherish looked out the window, she saw Debbie outside saying goodbye to Peter, who'd stayed for dinner. She hoped Jared would have an early night, so Debbie would be able to help her. "Need a hand, Cherish?" Aida asked. As much as Cherish wanted help, she didn't want Aida to help her. She was ready for Aida to go home.
No, it's fine. I've got a routine. Not a good one, but at least it's a routine.
Aida laughed. "Sounds like a bad routine."
"Are you sure, Cherish? We don't mind helping. I feel bad sitting here watching you," Mom said. "It's fine. Save your energy for tomorrow's cookout."
Aida placed her hand on Wilma's.
"Oh, is that tomorrow?"
Mom frowned at Aida.
"It is. Oh, Aida, you didn't forget, did you?"
Aida laughed.
"I'm just joking. Don't worry, I've got everything ready for it. I'll make my salads and desserts in the morning and bring them here as soon as I'm able."
Cherish didn't know what they'd arranged between them. She just knew it would be good, and there'd be an array of delicious food as always.
"Levi's looking well, don't you think?" Cherish asked.
"Yeah, he seems fine."
"What do you think, Wilma?"
Aida asked. Wilma nodded. "He's doing better in the last few days, thanks to God." Cherish saw an opening to raise the subject about moving to the farm.
"I think I'm ready to go to the farm, Mom."
She hadn't meant to blurt it out like that. Mom looked up. "You've just been."
"I meant to move there permanently. After the harvest, of course."
Cherish wasn't brave enough to look up after the last time she'd mentioned moving to the farm. It hadn't gone well. She just kept filling the bags with candy apples. "Why are you talking about this now?" Mom asked. Cherish looked up.
"I've been talking about it for years."
"It's just not a good time right now. Don't worry, you'll get there. You can't move there anyway unless you kick Malachi out. Is that what you're planning?"
"I don't know. I figure I could stay at Ruth's next door until we work something out. She won't mind at all. She's already told me I can stay at her house whenever I want."
"Excuse me." Mom got up and left the room. Aida pushed herself to her feet and walked over to Cherish.
"Why did you have to mention that?" "Because I've been keeping quiet about it for years. When will it ever be a good time?"
Aida huffed.
"I thought we talked about this."
Cherish was frustrated.
Talking is all that ever happens. I want to do more than talk. I want to move there.
What, right now? Tonight?
You know I don't mean right now. As soon as it's practical. I know I have to be around for the harvest.
Aida shook her head. You've set your mother off crying.
She was crying? Cherish asked.
Yeah, she wouldn't leave her tea for nothing now, would she?
Aida stared at her.
Well, aren't you going to go after her and see how she is?
Not right now. I've got all these to fill for tomorrow. Then Fairfax wants me to double-check his figures for the past month before he submits them to Florence. I've got a lot to do. Don't you think I worry about who will take my place around here when I move?
Aida placed her hands on her hips. Your mother comes first.
I'll talk with her. I've just got a lot of pressure on me right now.
Aida pouted. How much pressure do you think your mother had raising the 6 of you and your 3 step-siblings?
Cherish sighed. How about I talk to her and you keep filling these bags?
Sure, it won't take long. I'm sure I'll be able to do it faster and more efficiently than you. You take so long to do everything.
Debbie walked back into the room, holding Jared's hand. Do you need some help, Cherish? I sure do. Aida will tell you what to do. I have to talk to Mom for a minute.
Then Cherish gave some more instructions to Aida and Debbie. Then Aida turned to Jared. You can sit down and watch us. If you're a good boy, I might let you have a tiny piece of candy before bed. Aida looked up at Cherish. Go! Aida pointed to the door. Any fool can do this. There was a joke there, but Cherish wasn't in the mood to take advantage of it. She took a deep breath and said a quick prayer as she walked to her mother's bedroom. She hoped that when she talked to her mother, she would be happy about her moving to the farm. If she wasn't, how could she leave? Chapter 12. Mom and Levi had moved into the downstairs bedroom to save Levi from having to tackle the stairs. Debbie had moved into their old bedroom. Jared, Debbie's young son, stayed in his original bedroom, which had been converted from the old sewing room. He was used to that room, and Debbie was convinced it was better for him to have familiar surroundings so he wouldn't get upset. Cherish knocked on her mother's door.
Can I come in?
Yes. Cherish pushed the door open and saw Wilma sitting on the bed, clutching a handkerchief. Cherish sat down next to her.
I didn't mean to make you upset.
I know you have to leave one day, Mom managed to say.
I have been saying it for years.
Mom looked at her with glassy eyes. You'd leave me alone?
I've grown up. I need to follow what I'm meant to do. Aunt Dagmar left the farm to me for a reason.
Mom sat up straight. It was silly. Dagmar never should have left you that farm. It should have been divided equally among all of you.
That's what she wanted. She didn't really know the others.
Cherish sat down on the bed with her.
Well, she knew them, but not like she knew me.
Mom folded her arms across her chest. I regret sending you there at all. It was Florence's idea. She thought it would keep you out of trouble. Aunt Dagmar was strict, and she was harsh. Florence and I were too busy to put the effort into keeping you under control. Cherish made a face.
I wasn't that bad.
Oh, yes, you were.
Yeah, and it did keep me out of trouble. It was the best thing for me. I hated it at the time, but I began to love it when you'd send me to the farm. When I said it happened for a reason, I believe God wanted me there. Now, he wants me to move there.
Wilma wagged a finger at her. Don't you go saying what God wants. No one knows the mind of God.
I know that, but
you're needed here, Cherish, and that's all there is to it. When we don't need you, then that'll be the right time to leave. There's no doubt in my mind about it. Just go along with things.
Why do you always have to push so hard? It's like all the fish are swimming upstream, and there's one fish going the other way. That's you."
Cherish wondered if she should tell her mother about Malachi. Maybe then Mom's heart would soften, and she'd see there was another reason to allow her to fly the nest, or to swim the other way. Wilma wiped her eyes again.
"I know I have some of you girls here, but 3 are gone. That's half my daughters living away from me. How do you think that feels for a mudder? You wouldn't understand. The closest thing to a child you have are your dog and those stupid birds that scatter their seeds all across the floor."
It was just like her mother to throw a complaint in there when Cherish was trying to reason with her.
"And that's all I'll ever have if you don't set me free."
Wilma's mouth fell open.
"I'm not stopping you from finding a husband. Is that what you're saying? Look around. There are many fine men here for you. What about Matthew? What about Andrew Weeks? What about—" "Stop, Mom. I can see you'll never understand me. You never have, and you never will. I want to go to my farm. If I marry someone from around here, I'll never get to the farm." "You do what you want. If the farm's that important to you, then just go. Just don't act like a child about it. Please leave my room."
Cherish hadn't expected her mother to act that way. She thought they were having a heart-to-heart conversation and that her mother wouldn't overreact. There was no need for hysterics. As Cherish walked out of the room, she felt something soft hit her back. She turned around to see that Mom had thrown a pillow at her. She picked it up and put it on the bed. Now Mom was covered with blankets, with just her head showing, and she was still upset. Nothing had been sorted out. Her talk was a failure. Mom was still in denial. Cherish left the room, knowing there was no point in continuing talking. Mom hadn't really meant it when she told her to leave for the farm. Chapter 13. Finally, it was the first day of harvest at the Baker apple orchard, and more people were arriving. Cherish had to wonder how many more harvests would come and go before she reached her farm. Today had to be the most important aspect of her family's work life. All year they had been preparing for it. Unfortunately, she also had to put her farm and Malachi out of her mind so she could concentrate on the day ahead. The weather had been ideal, and Fairfax had done another great job this year as manager. Years ago, it had been the correct choice for Florence to put him in charge, allowing her to step back and spend time with Carter and be mostly a stay-at-home mom for Iris. Cherish was standing at the side of the porch, looking at the people mingling before it was time to begin. The majority of them were volunteers from the community, and they greatly outnumbered the paid seasonal workers. Cherish secretly thought they were only there to enjoy the cookout they always had on the first night of harvest. She couldn't blame them, really. She was excited for it, too. At least 100 people stood in front of the barn. The youngest children, and there were plenty of them, ran around the trees, giggling and playing games with each other. People were laughing, and she loved hearing the happy, simple sounds. She would miss the times like this once she left home, so she decided to relax and enjoy the day. It was beautiful weather for apple picking. The sun was beaming, and a cool breeze was blowing. Florence was ready to give the school children a tour. Cherish watched her for a moment while the children gathered behind her to begin the first tour of the season. This was the first year school children were there to witness the first day of harvest. Normally, they were there nearing the end of harvest. "Come on, Cherish," Matthew exclaimed as he breezed past her. He was wearing an old wide-brimmed hat and a dirty white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His suspenders kept his pants up, and he was smiling at Cherish, ear to ear. She couldn't help but smile back when she saw him. Coming," she replied, as she followed him down the steps to the edge of the first row of trees, where everyone had gathered. She stayed at the back of the crowd while Fairfax stood in front of everyone. Matthew was now at the front. He turned around and signaled for her to come and stand with him. She noticed how Matthew had chosen to stand in between two young women. That was typical of him, she thought, as she smiled at him and shook her head. She chose to stay right where she was. "Okay, everyone, listen up," Fairfax announced. "For the new ones among us, I'm going to show you how to pick an apple from the tree." Everyone watched in silence as Fairfax started his demonstration. His speech about what apples to put where would come next. Cherish got nostalgic thinking about the many times Florence used to give the same speech. Now Florence stood behind Fairfax, listening on, as she held her daughter Iris's hand. Iris was the next generation who would take over the orchard. Then Cherish thought about her father and how he had loved his apple trees and his children. Even though the memory of him had been dimmed by the years, her heart didn't forget how happy the family was when he'd been alive. Her gaze wandered over to Matthew, who was smiling at the girl on his right. The girl looked back at him and shook her head. This made Cherish laugh. She watched as he brushed it off and smiled at the woman standing on his other side. Fairfax continued, "Then you take the apple and put it in this bin." He laid the apple into a large bin beside him. "If the apple is damaged, place it in this bin over here. We will make cider with it. If the apple is rotten, throw it into this black bin. Everyone got it?" The crowd agreed. "And never, ever shake the branches. Okay, let's begin." Fairfax turned and walked towards the orchards. There was more laughter and excitement as everyone rushed toward the apple trees. It still amazed Cherish how excited everyone got about picking apples. She walked toward a tree and started plucking the apples off it. She continued that throughout the day, only stopping for lunch. The finishing bell rang loudly across the orchard. The bell was a recent addition that Fairfax had added. Cherish placed the last of her apples into the bucket, wiped her hands on her apron, and picked up her bucket. She carried it over to the large bin, gently tipping the apples into it. Next, she set her bucket in the designated spot and walked towards the house. She heard giggling and looked back over at the trees. Matthew was juggling 3 apples in front of a group of girls, making them laugh. She shook her head and walked up the steps to the house. Cherish looked around the orchard at everyone placing the last of their apples in the bins. The sun had grown hotter throughout the day. It had been made worse when the morning breeze disappeared. Now the heat had lessened. Cherish was halfway up to the house when she saw Matthew already at the food tables with 2 young women. As he passed a glass to each of them, he gave them a wink. One of them giggled at him, the other smiled, but both seemed to be enjoying his company. Cherish laughed to herself before realizing Bliss was nowhere to be seen. She turned around and noticed her stepsister was still by the trees, picking the apples. It was strange. Cherish headed back to fetch her. When Cherish was close enough, she could see that something was wrong. Bliss was picking all the apples off the trees very roughly and talking to herself underneath her breath. Her face was flushed and red. Sweat fell from her face. Cherish could see that she was too hot to still be out here. "The finishing bell has gone off. Are you okay?" She stood in front of Bliss. "I know, Cherish. I don't mind. There's a lot that needs to be done." She kept picking apples and throwing them down carelessly into the buckets. Cherish leaned forward, grabbed both her hands. "Hey, are you even looking at which buckets you're throwing these apples into?" Cherish looked at the 3 buckets. Each one was mixed with rotten apples amongst fresh ones. "Stop! We need to resort all of these now," Cherish said, knowing that she'd have to do it. Bliss was in no state to do anything. Bliss remained quiet. "Is everything okay, Bliss?" Cherish wanted to ask about her and Adam, but didn't want to upset her like she had done the last time she tried to ask about him.
No, not really.
Bliss walked over to the buckets and flipped each one over. Apples fell all over to the ground.
Do you mind helping me?
Bliss sat down on the ground next to the apples.
Of course I will.
Cherish sat down next to her, and they started dividing the apples into the appropriate buckets.
It's got to do with Adam, doesn't it?
Cherish asked.
Yes. Are things really that bad that you don't want to go home?
Bliss wiped her forehead with her sleeve.
He told me what Krystal and he speak about. Oh, see? That's a good thing, right? I guess.
She shook her head.
I'm not sure. He doesn't know I'm upset.
She threw an apple over her shoulder at a bird that was chirping loudly at them, wanting to eat the apples for itself.
That can't be helped. He didn't tell you because he wanted to keep Krystal's secrets. I know, but still, he's very embarrassed about what happened at the house, and so am I. It'll be okay, though. We can get through anything together.
Bliss wiped a tear from her cheek, and Cherish patted her back.
Anyway, enough about me. What's going on with you?
Bliss sat up straight and turned to face Cherish.
Well, I think Malachi and I may have something going on.
Cherish felt nervous to confess this to her, not knowing what her reaction would be. She was rehearsing telling the rest of the family.
Well, yeah, there's no surprise there. I always thought you two would make a great couple. I'm happy for you.
She leaned over and put her arm around her. It was a relief for Cherish to hear her say that.
Thanks, but nothing has really happened yet. All in time, I'm sure. God has a plan for all of us. He does, but I'm not even sure when I will be able to get back to the farm. Every time I mention it, Mom bursts into tears.
Cherish picked up another rotten apple and threw it in the correct bin.
I could never leave with Levi being so sick, too.
She felt sad for a moment, like she was longing to go back home and see Malachi again. She thought back to when she arrived at the farm on her last visit. He looked so good walking to the hired car with Wally following close behind.
I know it must be hard, but you've got to do whatever is in your heart. You can't stay at home forever. Mom is a grown woman, and she will have to learn to accept it. I'm not so sure about that, Bliss.
She shook her head and picked another rotten apple out of the bucket.
I think maybe we should do this tomorrow, after we've rested for the day. I don't think we're going to get this done properly while you're in this mood, Bliss. We'll both start from here tomorrow.
Bliss looked down at the buckets and then at Cherish. They both smiled and then stood up. They brushed the grass off their clothes and started to walk towards the house.
I think you should go back, Cherish. Go back to the farm.
Cherish looked at her.
I couldn't do it to Mom. She's got to go through it eventually. Time goes fast after you turn 20. Soon you'll be 30. The clock is ticking. This should be your first priority. You have Malachi now, and you can't wait around at the orchard forever, putting your future on hold.
Bliss was making a lot of sense. Cherish still couldn't help but feel guilty.
Let me know if you want me to speak with her. It might be easier if it comes from someone else, rather than you. So she knows you're serious. Thanks, Bliss. I shall think about it.
As they were arriving at the tables where the food was spread out, Wilma moved toward them out of the crowd. She didn't look happy.
Where have you two been?
She huffed, pouting all the while.
You'll be happy to know we were working overtime, Cherish said, as she nudged Bliss. Yeah, we were working hard. Very hard indeed.
Bliss smiled at Cherish. Wilma rolled her eyes at them.
We've got all these people to feed. I'm not upset with you, Bliss. I told you, Cherish, I needed you back here early to help prepare everything. I'm sorry. I don't recall we were having anyone over. Who is it?"
Wilma blinked rapidly.
"This is not a joke. Life is not a joke, Cherish. You know we have all these workers. We have many mouths to feed at our cookout. Just for that, you can be on washing up duty." "What's new?" Cherish asked. "Nothing. You always disappear when you're needed."
Mom stormed off. Then she turned around.
"It's 1 hour before everyone's due to start eating, so get moving."
Bliss and Cherish looked at each other.
"See? That's the sort of thing she'll say when I go back to the farm. I'll feel so bad." "I know. It's not easy. She'll get used to you being gone, though," Bliss told her.
Cherish was pleased that Bliss had forgotten about her problems. Chapter 14. As she opened the back door, Cherish was delighted with the smell of freshly baked goods. Croissants, fresh bread, cookies, and cake were all lined up on the kitchen table, ready to be placed on the tables outside to accompany the cookout. Florence handed her a clean apron as she walked into the kitchen.
"Smells delicious in here."
Cherish picked up a cookie and took a bite.
Aida said in disapproval, wagging a finger for emphasis. "These pastries and whatnot are for later. I didn't slave in the kitchen all day just for you, Cherish."
Cherish placed the cookie back down on the plate.
"Not back on the plate! Please, someone find something for Cherish to do," Aida said,
rolling her eyes and pushing Cherish out of the way, just as she'd reached out and reclaimed her one-bite-missing cookie. "Cherish, come help me with this," Florence said, gesturing for her to come closer. Cherish finished the cookie and walked over to see a mountain of peas that needed shelling. Florence patted her on the back, telling her everyone loved peas, and then Florence moved to do something else.
"Honestly, Cherish, we've got more people to cook for than usual. Can't you make yourself useful for once?" Aida said.
"Hi, everyone." Cherish was relieved to see Krystal walk through the door.
"Hi, Krystal. How are you?"
Cherish asked. Aida looked up.
"Ah, well, you're late, but glad you came to help, Krystal. Here, take over for me, please,"
Aida requested, as she passed Krystal a large bowl of potatoes. Krystal grabbed the bowl, looking confused.
"These need to be mashed to a smooth consistency. Thank you," Aida said sternly.
"No worries," Krystal replied politely, and walked over to stand beside Cherish. Cherish noticed Krystal seemed quieter than usual. "Is everything okay?" Cherish asked.
"I'm okay, just a little shook up,"
she said, looking down at the potatoes and then scanning the kitchen for a potato masher.
"What's happened?"
They were talking quietly so no one else could hear.
"I've wanted to tell you this before now, but here goes. Noah left, but before he went, he came by the shop. I thought it was nice he came to see me, but actually he told me he could never trust me because I wasn't born Amish."
Krystal appeared to be venting her frustration on the potato mashing project. Cherish was horrified.
"That's nonsense! Fairfax wasn't born Amish, and look at him and Hope. They have been happily married for years."
Cherish felt bad for Krystal and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She was sure that him overhearing her conversation with Bliss didn't help.
"Well, I thought we had something. He took me out on a date and everything. And then he told me he can't have a wife who wasn't born Amish. I'm untrustworthy, apparently."
Cherish could see the pain in her friend's eyes.
"What absolute nonsense!"
Aida exclaimed, clearly eavesdropping again.
"I'll tell you my 2 cents. That man isn't worth another second of your time. Don't worry about him," Aida said sternly. "Okay, it's time to start taking the fruit and nuts to the tables," Wilma announced. "People will have something to nibble on while waiting for the meat to cook."
Cherish grabbed a large plate of cut fruit and followed Florence, who had fresh bread. Krystal followed with some nuts. They were all pleasantly surprised by the breeze, which had picked up again, sweeping a veil of cooler air over the orchard. They placed the food on the large tables they had set up in front of the barn.
"Oh my! He's here!"
Krystal exclaimed. Cherish looked over her shoulder and saw Noah walking toward the apple trees.
"Oh, that's weird," Cherish said. "Do you think he's come to speak to me? Maybe he's changed his mind."
Krystal sounded hopeful, which worried Cherish.
"Come on, Krystal, he's not the one. Don't forget what he said to you, and don't forget how angry he can get."
She looked at Krystal, who now looked upset.
"He's the only man I will be able to get, Cherish. I have to accept him. He'll change in time. I'm sure of it."
Cherish looked at Florence, who had obviously overheard, and she also appeared concerned.
"Should I go speak to him?"
Krystal asked. "Maybe just see if he comes to speak to you," Florence suggested.
"Okay, you're right."
They started walking back to the house to get more food. Cherish breathed in the aroma of the delicious meats that Levi and Samuel were cooking on the outdoor grill. She'd have some of that later. Right now, she walked in the back door once again, eager to grab another of Aida's cookies. She came to a complete halt when Aida stood there, staring at her.
"I know what you're thinking, Cherish. Don't you dare touch anything. There'll be nothing left for the workers. Wilma said the salads can go out now. The men should be finished with the meat any time soon."
"Nice job with the peas," Mom said sarcastically, as she pointed to the pile of unshelled peas.
"You had one job to do, Cherish. One job. I'll do them now. It's too late. Just take out the gravy and the mashed potato."
Cherish sighed and picked up a bowl of potato and the jug of gravy. She turned to walk out the back door.
"Wait for me,"
Krystal said, as she picked up some cake and followed her. They started walking back, with Krystal trying not to make eye contact with Noah.
"Oh my, he's seen me," Krystal said, looking away from him.
"Just act natural," Cherish advised, as they came closer to the meal tables. They placed the food on the table and turned to walk back to the house. Krystal froze when she saw Noah walking towards her.
"I'll meet you back inside. Remember what we talked about," Cherish said,
before smiling at Noah and walking away.
"Good day, Krystal," Noah said. "Noah, I'm surprised to see you here today."
She brushed some loose strands of hair behind her ear.
"I'm surprised to be here myself."
His words were spoken coldly, and his gaze was darting all over the place.
"So, what are you doing here?" she asked hopefully.
"You weren't at the house, and someone said people were gathering here today for a cookout tonight. I figured I might be able to find you here because there's some kind of party."
"You were right, except it's a celebration for the harvest. It's not really a party like I think you're insinuating. Why did you want to find me?"
Krystal asked.
"Well, this isn't easy for me to say."
He kicked a rock on the ground and kept his hands behind his back. Krystal swallowed hard. Was this the apology she had been waiting for? She was so hopeful he'd changed his mind.
"I've gone over the books at the shop and, well, there are some discrepancies. All up, there's a lot of money missing."
He was now looking directly into her eyes. Krystal gulped. Her heart sank. What? Money missing? She didn't know what to say. She would have to admit that Gertie had hidden it for her. She might lose the money if she confessed. On the other hand, she didn't have to tell him right now. Also, he wouldn't think he could trust her if he found out. Her cheeks grew hot with embarrassment as she realized how unfair this was. After thinking about the upside and the downside, she decided she wasn't about to let him take away the one good thing that had happened to her lately. Her dear friend had blessed her with the earthly security she so deeply needed. Don't you have anything to say, Krystal? I said there's a lot of money missing. Chapter 15.
I'm sorry, I'm just shocked and giving it some thought. How can that be? Are you sure you've added up properly?
She crossed her arms and took a step back from him. His mouth turned down at the corners. Of course I looked properly. I've gone over the figures 3 times, and there's $10,000 missing over the past 2.5 years. For a small business like hers, that's a lot. He was angry now, and he wasn't afraid to show it. It's also about the same time you came to work at the quilt store, is it not? Krystal huffed.
I was working for her before that. I'm sorry, but I refuse to speak to you until you learn some manners. You're barking at me right now rather than speaking to me.
Krystal flipped her cop strings over her back and walked away.
Wait.
He grabbed her arm to pull her back. Look, I'm sorry. This has been very stressful for me. Do you know what happened to the missing money? I need to know. His voice was raised. Krystal pulled her arm out of his grip.
No, and I won't be accused of something as dreadful as what you're implying. I also won't be manhandled or spoken to like that by a so-called man of faith.
She hitched the bottom of her dress up and strode away. Her heart beat out of her chest. What if he found out somehow about the money? She would never be forgiven. How could she relax now, knowing how eager he was to get his hands on anything his grandmother had left? That money meant more to Krystal than dollars. It meant that Gertie cared about her well-being. She'd cared about what would happen to her when she went home to Gott. Krystal burst through the back door of the house and entered the kitchen.
Krystal? You okay? What happened?
Cherish hurried over.
Don't even ask.
Krystal walked to the living room and slouched down in one of the armchairs. Cherish followed and sat on the chair beside her.
I'm sorry, Krystal. Was it really that bad?
Cherish knew how hopeful she was about Noah. Krystal sat up and faced her.
He said there's money missing from the shop and asked me if I knew anything about it.
Cherish's jaw dropped.
Are you joking? Was he accusing you?
Krystal nodded.
In a not very roundabout way.
Cherish was shocked. She couldn't believe he would make such accusations. It was one thing to admit he didn't want to be involved with her because she was born an outsider, but to treat her like she was a thief or a lesser person just wasn't right.
He raised his voice at me, and I walked away.
Cherish raised her eyebrows in surprise.
I'm so proud of you. It will be for the best if he leaves soon.
Cherish patted her back in a comforting way.
Don't let him upset you. It's hard not to. I've got a feeling he's not going to stop until he finds the missing money.
It was finally time for the cookout, and everyone was gathered around the barn. Children ran around playing in the gardens, and almost everyone had come back from the orchard, except a few people still finishing off, seeing they got paid for the amount they picked. Krystal was sitting beside Cherish, Wilma, Florence, and Aida. Bliss was going around to the tables, serving everyone lemonade. Krystal still couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. She couldn't stop thinking about her run-in with Noah. Hopefully, he'd go back home soon. What she needed was some sugar to keep her going. She walked over to the desserts table to see what was on offer. The spread looked delicious. Shoe-fly pie, rolls with apple butter, iced raisin bread, a variety of fresh cheeses, grapes, croissants, and an assortment of cakes filled the table. She grabbed some frosted raisin bread and turned around to walk back to her seat. Matthew sat at a table surrounded by young, single women. She caught his eye and gave him a smile. Matthew jumped up and ran over to her. He brushed the front of his clothes and adjusted his hat as he walked over. "Good day, Krystal. How are you on this fine day? He then tilted his hat back.
Hi, Matthew. Nice to see you. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. She found his presence refreshing after such a horrible conversation with Noah. She couldn't get it out of her head. Care to join me for a walk? He asked. As she was considering it, she saw Noah walking toward the table where Fairfax sat. It bothered her that he was still here. What was he still doing here? Her stomach sank again. He took a seat. She wanted to walk with Matthew, but she didn't want to prove Noah right. He would see them together and think he was right all along about her being flirtatious. Well, what do you say? Matthew asked.
I'm sorry, Matthew. I'm so exhausted. Could we do it another time?
She put her hand on his shoulder sympathetically, not wanting to hurt his feelings. He looked over his shoulder at Noah and then back at her. No worries. The smile left his face. He slouched over and turned to walk back to his friends. Krystal felt awful and now nervous that Noah was sticking around. She walked back to her seat and sat next to Cherish, avoiding making eye contact with either of them. Cherish nudged her and pointed in the direction of Noah.
Did you see him?
Krystal looked over and saw Noah staring at her. Chills went down her spine, and worry filled her body.
I don't know why he's still here, but I wish he'd leave. I can't believe what he said to you. Was he truly accusing you?
Krystal realized she should tell Cherish about what happened. She needed someone on her side.
I've got something to tell you.
Cherish's eyes opened wide.
Go on. I found money in the shop. It was hidden in a box. It had a note to me from Gertie. She said the money was for me.
Cherish gasped.
Was that the missing money?
Krystal nodded.
I guess so. I don't know how else she would have got the money, but it was her money. She owned the shop. She doesn't owe any of the quilt makers money. We pay them as soon as their quilts sell. Gertie gave it to me. So doesn't that make it my money? I think so, but why haven't you told Noah about it? I don't know.
Krystal shook her head. She was desperate to keep the money. It would solve so many problems.
Why not? Obviously, because he'll take it. He might not. It's better to tell him the truth rather than for him to think you stole it. You're the only one besides Gertie who worked in the shop, aren't you?
Yes.
Offer it back and show him the note. He'll understand you should keep it when he sees the note.
Krystal breathed out heavily.
I do feel awful about it now. I suppose you're thinking money doesn't really matter, and I should have God as my security. But everyone needs money to live, right? Gertie understood that.
Cherish shrugged her shoulders.
You've got a good point there, but I didn't say anything of the kind.
I know, but I could hear you thinking it, Krystal said.
I think you should keep it, because that's what she wanted. I also think you should tell Gertie's grandson, because that will clear up why the money's missing. You don't want him to think you stole it.
Krystal put her hand over her forehead.
Now I feel sick. I can't tell him now. I've already led him to believe I didn't know about the money, and he was so horrible about it. What should I do? Let me think about it. It might take me a while, Cherish said.
Krystal grunted.
Okay, but not too long, please. I think I'll have to talk with him soon.
Chapter 16. As the afternoon light was fading at the couple's farm, Simon took Favor by the hand and led her to the edge of the property. She'd been crying all day from homesickness, and she'd been cooking a stew with Harriet, and it was hard to keep her feelings locked up inside. She was missing the first day of harvest back home, and that upset her dreadfully.
Why are you bringing me here? Favor asked Simon.
He stopped in the middle of a grassy field.
I'm showing you something that will cheer you up. I know you're missing your family. What do you see?
He looked around. She let go of his hand and turned in a full circle.
I see a whole lot of nothing. Just grass and blue sky.
He chuckled. It won't be nothing for long. This is where we're going to build our home.
What? Just for us?
He grinned and nodded.
So your parents will stay in their house and we'll be in ours?
Favor asked. That's the plan. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him.
This is the best news I've had since we got married. Wait a minute. Do your parents know about this?
Of course they do. I've run the idea past them, and they think it's a great idea. This way, I'll always be here, and we can be alone.
Yes, you'll be here, but not too close to them.
Exactly. Favor didn't mind being anywhere as long as she was with Simon and away from Harriet and Melvin. Melvin wasn't so bad. He'd be better if he didn't listen to Harriet so much.
I can't believe it.
Well, you'd better believe it, because one day we'll be here.
It's perfect.
Favor jumped up and down.
How soon do you think it'll be finished?
He laughed. We haven't even started it.
I know, but just tell me roughly. A year? 2 years?
First, we have to figure out how we want it. How many bedrooms and such. We can start smallish, and we can always build on more rooms. I'd say we'll have it built within a year for certain.
I'm so excited. I've never lived in a new house before. Are you sure your parents don't mind?
Of course not. They're giving us the land to build. For Favor, this seemed like the perfect compromise. He could never leave the farm, so this was probably the furthest she'd ever get away from his folks.
That's generous of them to let us build on their land.
One day, the farm will be ours. I am the only child, remember? They're working so hard just for me. No, they're working hard for us. Favor smiled, even though she'd heard the same words so many times before.
Now it's our turn to start building a life for us and our children that we'll have someday.
I can't wait for that day to arrive. Favor put her arms around him again.
There's plenty of time. Let's just enjoy being a couple until God blesses us with children.
Okay. Let's get back home. Ma and Pa can't wait to see what you think about the spot I picked out for the house. They already have plans, and they want your input.
They already have plans?
Favor wasn't so sure about that. Shouldn't she be the one with plans and wanting their input? Just sketches. It'll give us somewhere to start. Together, they walked back to the house. Favor thought about putting her foot down and fighting with Simon's parents, but she knew she had to do what they told her. It was hard because they were sharing a house with them. Simon's parents convinced him to do whatever they said, but she wasn't going to let them boss her around any longer. With so many older sisters, she'd been bossed around enough to last a lifetime. Harriet was waiting at the door for them.
What do you think, Favor? I think it's a great idea. Do you love the spot I picked out for the house?
Harriet asked. Favor looked at Simon. Harriet had picked the location for their house? He'd said he picked it. Simon didn't even look back at her.
You chose it, Harriet? Favor asked.
I did, along with Melvin. Don't you just love it? It's such a nice place for a house, and you can have a small porch that looks out over the whole farm.
I'm sure we'll be happy living there.
Favor wasn't delighted about it now. Why couldn't anything just be about her and Simon? Simon told us how you keep asking for privacy. What could be more private than your own home? Harriet asked. Favor felt her cheeks go red with rage. How could Simon tell his mother something like that? She'd have to tell him how that made her feel. He was betraying her trust, and she wouldn't stand for it. This was not how marriage was supposed to be. Harriet continued, "And it'll be close enough for me to come over and keep you company every day. After the chores have been done, naturally." "Yes, it'll be close, but not too close," Simon said, smiling at his mother. "Maybe we could do all our household chores together, Favor. You come to my house, and then we could go to yours." Harriet clasped her hands against her chest. "What fun we'll have!" Favor couldn't speak. She just stood there and looked at her mother-in-law. "I'll see how the stew is getting along." Harriet took a step forward. "It's fine. I just checked it." "Then I'll just grab myself a glass of water." As she walked away, she heard Harriet whisper to Simon, "What's wrong with her? She says she's happy, but she doesn't look it. She wants privacy, and we've offered her privacy. What more can we do?" Favor lingered just around the kitchen door so she could hear her husband's response. "Ma, you shouldn't have said I told you she wants privacy. It sounded like I'm talking behind her back." "I'm sorry. I'm always saying the wrong things." "It's okay. I'll go talk to her. She loved the idea of the house," Simon told his mother. "At least that's something. We should be grateful for that." When Favor heard Simon walking, she raced to the sink and poured herself a glass of water. Simon came up beside her. "I wasn't repeating what you said in a bad way. I just mentioned it so they'd start thinking about us moving out, and so they'd start giving us some alone time while we're here." Favor whipped around to face him. "You're really okay with it?" "I would do anything to make you happy." Favor was relieved. It probably didn't matter who chose the location or who came up with the idea, as long as they were getting out from under her in-laws' roof. "Now we don't have to move far away because they came up with the idea of building another house on the farm," Simon said. "It sounds like a good compromise, but I want to have the house how I want it. Would that be a problem?" "It'll be exactly how you want it. I don't care what it looks like as long as I'm with you." Favor felt so much better. How could she have doubted him? "When will it get started?" "How's tomorrow sound?" Favor clapped her hands together. "That sounds perfect." "Pa's got some men coming around to help us. He's built houses before." "Melvin has?" "Yes. Ma's excited to talk to you about how you want it to look." "Oh, is that right? I can't wait," Favor said sarcastically. "Go talk to her now. She thinks you're upset about something." "No, I'm simply delighted." Favor reminded herself that it was the end goal that was important. They'd be by themselves as soon as the house was built. He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, and Favor walked out of the kitchen to talk with Harriet. Harriet was standing way too close to the kitchen door, like she'd been listening to every word they'd said. "Harriet, I'm so happy about the house. Thank you for allowing us to do this." Harriet smiled. "Call me Ma." Favor smiled. "Ma, I'll have to get used to that. We have some sketches, but maybe you can alter them to make it more how you want it. How does that sound?" "Great." "Good. We'll do that tonight," Harriet said. Chapter 17. Favor had to wait until after dinner and after the kitchen was clean. They all sat around the kitchen table for their family meeting. Harriet was the first to make a comment. "I think we need a room in the new house for either Melvin or me.
One of us will die first, and the surviving one will have to move in with you. Favor frowned. That doesn't make sense. Your house will be so close to ours.
Ma's right, Favor. When they're old, we'll have to look after them.
Don't you want to?
Harriet asked. Simon answered, Of course we do. We'd love to be there for you, just like you've always been there for me. Harriet smiled at her only son, and Favor had to look away. Why should a room be set aside for something so impractical, for something that was years away from happening? She considered suggesting that they both might die at the same time, like in a buggy accident or a house fire, but she decided against it. Simon just agreed with his mother without even asking her.
We can think about that room, Favor said suddenly.
As soon as she spoke, she realized they'd moved on to talking about something else. A hush fell across the room.
What will you think about, Favor? Harriet asked. The room for either you or Melvin when the other dies. To me, it doesn't make sense when your house is just a minute's walk away. Why don't we talk about it when the time comes?
Melvin and Harriet looked at each other. We like to know where we'll be in our final days, Melvin said.
You'll be here, or at our house. Isn't that enough to know at this stage? You're both healthy, and I don't see...
Her voice trailed off when she realized that she was in this alone. She looked at Simon.
Don't you have anything to say?
I think it's a good idea that one of them stays with us when the time comes. Favor bit her lip and kept quiet. Deciding something like that right now was the most ludicrous thing she'd ever heard. What's more, she was sure all of her family would agree with her. Every last one of them. How she missed them all right now. That night, Favor couldn't wait until she could speak with Simon alone. When they both walked into the bedroom after they said goodnight to Harriet and Melvin, Favor closed the door behind them. She wasted no time talking.
Do you really agree with what they're saying about one of them moving in with us when there's a perfectly good house here?
Simon raised his hands. Shh, keep your voice down. They'll hear you.
Well,
she hissed. It'll be on their land. I kind of have to agree, don't you think?
But we'll be paying for it.
Favor was trying to make sense of the boundaries, or rather, the lack of boundaries. We kind of share our money, so we don't really have any of our own. Favor just stared at him.
Don't you get paid for working on the farm?
No.
What? Nothing?
Favor felt her legs giving way from underneath her. Not really, because it's a family farm. Now Favor felt a headache coming on, too. She sat on the bed, heavily.
What if I want to buy something, or what if you want something?
I have to ask them. Favor wished she'd asked more questions before she got married. This wouldn't work at all. She didn't want to ask the in-laws for permission if she needed something. She thought her husband would provide for her. He sat down next to her and placed his arm around her. Things will be different when we're running the farm.
How will anything be different?
Favor shook her head. We'll do what we want.
So, do we have to wait for them to die or something?
Don't say that, Favor.
I'm honestly over it right now. I thought I was marrying a man. Now I find out I'm married to a little boy.
She threw herself back onto the bed. Then she threw a pillow at him.
Sleep on the couch tonight. I've got things to think about.
He looked down at the pillow he'd just caught. Don't be like that. We can talk about things.
There's no point talking about anything because you'll say something different when Melvin and Harriet are around. That's what you've been doing.
Why are you being like this?
Take the pillow and go.
Favor pointed to the door. I can't go out there. They'll know we had an argument. Then I'll have to tell them what it was about. Favor sat up. That's why we need our own place. But by the time we have it, one of them will be living with us. So what's the point? I need to be left alone right now. Simon looked down at the floor. Then he opened the door and walked out, hugging the pillow under his arm. Favor knew that Harriet and Melvin probably thought she was spoiled. That was how Harriet treated her. She just wanted to have a normal married life with her husband. Now they were fighting because of the in-laws. It was a mistake to tell Simon to go. It was too late now. He was probably in the midst of revealing their personal details to his parents. Even a tiny bit of privacy would have been nice. Was that too much to ask? Burying her face in her pillows, Favor allowed her tears to flow. Simon should have seen things from her side, but he didn't. Also, he'd offered no solutions. That was because there were no solutions as long as Harriet and Melvin were living in the same house. To comfort herself, Favor thought back to all the words in the Bible about faith and God answering prayers. In turn, that reminded her of the Bible readings they used to have nightly back at the orchard. That just made her cry harder until she told herself to stop. She couldn't be a baby anymore and cry and stamp her feet when things got tough. She was a grown woman, and also a married woman now, and she had to act like one. Favor sat up, leaned over, and pulled the large black Bible toward her. She'd find some passages that would give her the comfort that she sorely needed. Chapter 18. Krystal couldn't sleep at all on the night of the cookout. She had stayed over at the orchard, not wanting to be alone after the awful conversation with Noah. The next morning she got out of bed early and was fixing herself a hot cup of chamomile tea when she heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Cherish walked into the kitchen and saw Krystal making tea and walked over to the cupboard beside her to take out some cups for them. "Morning. You're up early." Cherish placed the cups on the table and sat down. Krystal sighed and covered her mouth as she yawned. "I know. I couldn't sleep at all last night. I do remember having a weird dream, so I guess I got some sleep." She took the kettle over to the table and poured the hot water into the teapot. "Is chamomile okay?" "Yes, that's fine." "How were you feeling about yesterday?" Cherish asked. "Awful." Krystal took a deep breath and sat down at the table across from Cherish. She was twiddling her thumbs and not touching her tea. "Do you know what you're going to do yet?" Cherish looked at her, concerned. "I don't know. I'm sick with worry. You were going to think of a solution for me." Krystal placed her head in her hands. "I have thought of something, but I don't think you'll like it. You need to tell Noah the truth about where the money came from. It's the only way." Krystal swallowed hard. She knew he wasn't going to be happy about it, and she'd probably have to give the money back. "He's not a kind man, Cherish. He will accuse me of stealing it. I already know it." "Yes, but what if he finds out? Then you will definitely look like you've stolen it." Krystal thought about it for a moment. "You're right." She looked at Cherish with hopeful eyes. "Will you come with me to tell him?" Cherish shook her head. "I've got so much work to do here. Mom and Aida won't be happy if I leave. It's our busiest time of year. All our year's work has been leading up to this." "I know, and I wouldn't ask if I could do this on my own. But I really need you, Cherish." Cherish felt guilty for trying to matchmake Krystal and Noah. If Krystal left the community, she would not forgive herself. She wished she could have everyone stay in the community and never leave. After giving it some thought, she figured she could sacrifice a few hours of work to help a friend. "Okay, I guess this is an emergency. I can come with you this morning if I'm back before noon."
Thank you so much, Cherish. I really appreciate it.
Cherish looked at Krystal again. She was still twiddling her thumbs and seemed stressed.
Drink your tea.
Oh, yes. Krystal put both hands around the teacup and brought it up to her lips.
Hey, it will all be okay. I know it.
Cherish smiled at her.
Let's go to where Noah's staying as early as it's polite to do so. We'll get it over with.
Krystal nodded.
Thank you.
Noah was staying with Jack and Franny Yoder. The two young women were riding in Cherish's buggy, and Krystal felt sick the whole way there. They pulled up out front at the Yoder house, and Cherish parked her buggy in the shade. Cherish looked at Krystal, who was gripping the side of the door rather than opening it.
Hey, come on. Everything will be okay. I've prayed to God. We have to trust in Him.
Krystal inhaled deeply.
You're right. I can do this with His help.
She opened the door and made her way to the front of the house. Cherish followed close behind. When they reached the door, Cherish stood beside her. They knocked and waited for someone to answer. Krystal's heart thumped from nerves when Jack Yoder answered the door. He'd wonder what they wanted. Cherish couldn't help staring at his red and black checked shirt. It was an unusual choice. Cherish couldn't think of a time when she'd seen anyone in her community wear bright red. "Hi there, ladies. How can I help you?" He smiled brightly, and Krystal froze, unable to speak. Cherish noticed Krystal struggling and chimed in.
Hi, Jack. We just need a moment of Noah's time if he's around.
Krystal was glad she had brought her, or she would have left straight away without saying a word. He eyed both of them carefully. "He's out back, feeding the chickens. Follow me." He walked out of the front door past them and started to walk around to the back of the house. Krystal was nervous as anything, and Cherish held her hand to comfort her as they followed behind. The farm was beautiful, with horses and sheep behind straight white fences. When Cherish heard the running water, she turned and noticed a babbling creek in the distance. Krystal felt Cherish squeeze her hand tight and then let go. That was when she saw Noah walking toward them. "Noah, you've got some guests," Jack called out as he gestured for him to come closer. "I see that," he responded. Jack turned around and walked away.
"Thank you, Jack,"
Cherish said over her shoulder. Krystal could hardly breathe. She closed her eyes and took another deep breath. When she opened them, he was standing right in front of them. His clothes were dirty and ragged, and tiny beads of sweat dotted his forehead. "Hello. Is there something you forgot to tell me, Krystal?" Noah asked. This wasn't starting out good. He'd already presumed her guilty before she even uttered a word. Chapter 19.
Thanks for seeing us, Noah. Krystal does have something she'd like to tell you.
Cherish nudged Krystal's arm. "Yes?" he asked, looking directly into her eyes.
"Well,"
Krystal looked down at the ground, unable to look at his face.
"It's about the money from the shop."
She looked up to see him shake his head.
"I found a lot of cash in an envelope in a box hidden in a drawer. It was a drawer in the desk. I never even knew there was a drawer there. It was like a secret compartment."
"Okay, so where is it?" He sounded almost annoyed now.
"It's at home. I don't like to travel with that much money."
"Did you plan on ever giving it back if I hadn't mentioned it, or were you just going to keep it?" He lifted his chin. Krystal was tempted to run. She hated it when people got angry, and more so when they were angry with her.
"Hold on, Noah. There's more to the story. Let her finish, please."
Cherish couldn't help frowning at him for acting superior. "Go on, then," he said, still staring directly at Krystal. If he was trying to intimidate her through his steely gaze, it was working. Gertie left it for me. Krystal felt the tears welling in her eyes. For a start, she didn't leave a will. Unless you found one. Did you? Krystal shook her head. Well, why do you say she left it to you? When Krystal didn't speak, he added, If this is true, you would have told me about it yesterday. Cherish's jaw dropped open.
Excuse me, but it's true, Noah. And please lower your voice when you are speaking with a lady. Let her explain. You haven't heard everything yet.
He moved from one foot to the other. I'm sorry, ladies, but this is all too messy for me. I'll let the bishop sort it out. Krystal couldn't believe it. She'd had a feeling he would react this way. That was why she hadn't wanted to meet him alone. She froze, not knowing what to say.
Gertie left it for her to find, plain and simple. Do you think you should have the money that was never intended for you?
Cherish placed her hands on her hips. Yes, I do. She was my grandmother, and I'm sorry, but I don't believe what Krystal is saying. He shook his head and brushed past them, heading toward the house.
Well, it's true, Cherish yelled out behind him, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Shh, Cherish, please don't make it worse, Krystal pleaded. Cherish immediately felt bad for raising her voice. Noah turned around and started walking back to them. Then he pointed at Krystal, gritting his teeth. I saw you with Matthew yesterday, Krystal. My feeling about you was right. That's all I'll say. He turned his back and started walking away again.
What is that supposed to mean? Cherish asked. Why can't she talk to Matthew? He's a close friend of the family, and he's a friend of Krystal's.
Noah kept walking and disappeared into the house. Krystal couldn't stop the tears from falling.
I knew we shouldn't have come here. Now I regret telling him about it. Will I have to give all the money back to him? That would be awful because Gertie set it aside for me. It's okay. You did the right thing. It will work out, Cherish said. Just trust. He'll cool down, and then you can tell him about the note you found with the money.
Krystal found her enthusiasm waning at this point. Why did Cherish need to be so vocal with him? Maybe things would have worked out differently if she had spoken to him alone. Cherish hadn't helped at all. She was too confrontational. The trip back home was filled with silence. The only sound was Krystal sniffling. When they pulled up to the orchard, she ran inside, up to her bedroom. Cherish took a deep breath. That was intense. As she unhitched the buggy and then tended to the horse, she played everything over in her head. Krystal hadn't spoken to him very well. She hadn't told Noah in plain words why she thought the money was meant to be for her. That meant Krystal or someone would have to talk with Noah again to make it clear to him. Cherish opened the front door and walked into the kitchen. Aida and Wilma were there, talking at the kitchen sink. They both stopped and looked at her when she entered the room. Oh, well, what do you know? Cherish has finally decided to show up today, Aida said as she turned back to the dishes. With a dish towel in hand, Mom said, It's a miracle. She's always trying to get out of work, and that's why she left with Krystal on some so-called emergency. Wilma took a washed plate from Aida and dried it. Not this again. I haven't tried to get out of work for 5 years. Please don't start now. Cherish walked over to the fridge and took out leftover meat to make a sandwich. She was starving, and she had a lot of work ahead of her. Oh, in 5 years. 5 years, she says, Aida said mockingly to Wilma. Where were you, anyway? Wilma asked. I was helping Krystal with an emergency. It wasn't a so-called emergency, it was a real one. When Cherish saw them whispering, she wished she'd kept her big mouth closed. What was this real emergency? Wilma asked. They were both staring at her now. It was nothing. Don't worry about it, Cherish said. It had to do with Krystal? Aida asked.
I said it was, but it doesn't concern either of you. I'll just make something to eat and catch up with my work.
Cherish continued making a sandwich.
I'll ask around and see if anyone knows anything about something to do with Krystal. We won't get anything out of Cherish,
Wilma told Aida. Cherish started to worry. If they asked the bishop's wife, she might accidentally tell her about the book Krystal was writing. That was the reason Krystal was thinking of leaving in the first place. Hannah often had a problem with keeping things quiet, which Cherish found shocking for a bishop's wife. Cherish couldn't let them speak to anyone about this. Why did they have to be so nosy all the time? They were still whispering to each other when she decided to give up and tell them what had happened before they went around asking everyone in town what they'd heard about it.
Okay, I'll tell you. But please, you have to promise me not to repeat a word.
They quickly put down the dishes and hurried over to the table, sitting down across from Cherish. She spoke in a quiet voice so Krystal wouldn't overhear. She'd think she was gossiping about her again.
I'll have to think of where to start. Come on, Cherish. Tell us what happened, Wilma said. First, I need to hear from each of you. Promise me you will not say a word to anyone else.
Wilma and Aida looked at each other, then said,
I promise,
at the same time.
We had to see Noah.
Why?
Aida interrupted. Are they secretly dating? Wilma asked.
They both looked at each other excitedly. It was clear they were getting a thrill out of this.
No, it's not like that.
Cherish shook her head.
Well, they did go on one date. Oh, Aida, I knew it. Would you two stop interrupting me, please?
Cherish spoke firmly, no longer trying to be quiet.
Let me talk, or it will take me all afternoon to tell you, and I don't have the time.
They both nodded in agreement and sat quietly, staring at her as she continued. Chapter 20.
As you already know, Krystal did like Noah, but he shut her down.
Cherish was whispering again.
The other day, she found a box of money in the shop with a note from Gertie in it.
What did the note say? Aida leaned forward with her eyes bugging open.
I'm not sure what it said word for word, but it basically said the money was for Krystal. Noah found money missing when he was going over the books. He came to her yesterday and asked about money missing. She said she didn't know anything. Then I told her she should tell him the truth, so we went to tell him this morning, and, well...
And well
what, Cherish?
Wilma pushed.
How did he take it? Aida asked. Does she get to keep it? He didn't take it well at all. He said he didn't believe her, and that he saw her talking with Matthew the other day, and so he thinks that he is right, and that she is untrustworthy and a dreadful flirt.
Cherish watched their mouths drop wide open.
I don't understand. What's Matthew got to do with this? Wilma asked. Nothing. It's just that Noah also thinks that Krystal is a flirt, Cherish explained. She's not. I don't like this at all.
Aida shook her head and stood up. She walked over to the sink and continued washing the dishes.
So what happened to the money? Did she give it back?
Wilma was still sitting at the table, looking more interested in the box and the money than Cherish had seen her interested in anything in a very long time.
Well, he said he thinks that he should have the money.
Cherish shrugged her shoulders, and then she took a bite of her sandwich.
Put that down while you're talking, Wilma told her.
Cherish took another quick bite, and then put the sandwich down and brushed the crumbs off her hands.
Aida asked, Did Krystal show him the box and the note? No, she didn't. He walked away, and she was too upset. I had to speak for her. She was too nervous. I've never seen her like that before. She must keep it if Gertie intended her to have it.
Wilma nodded.
Good day, ladies.
Cherish looked up. Matthew was walking through the kitchen door. He was in his work clothes, and he was wiping sweat off his brow.
Hi, Matthew. How are you?
Wilma stood to her feet and walked over to the gas-powered fridge.
I'm good, thank you. Just coming to check if lunch is ready for the workers.
He smiled at Cherish.
Yes, it is.
Wilma pulled out a large tray filled with fresh sandwiches from the fridge and passed it to Aida, who set it on the table.
Cherish frowned. You could have told me you'd made sandwiches. I would have had one of those.
Nay, nay, they're for the workers.
Aida wagged a finger in her face.
You haven't been working.
Mom giggled at Aida, and then she got up and passed Cherish another tray of sandwiches.
Come on, Cherish. Make yourself useful for once.
Wilma then grabbed 2 large bowls of fresh fruit and passed them to Aida to carry, and took a couple of trays of cookies and gave them to Matthew.
Off you all go. I'll bring the lemonade.
They arranged the food and drinks on 2 large trestle tables. Wilma rang the bell to summon the workers to enjoy the food. Cherish was worried about what she'd said to Aida and Mom. She couldn't trust either of them to keep their mouths shut. But what else could she have done? They would have blabbed to everyone and asked so many questions. Now Cherish couldn't stop feeling guilty for giving away Krystal's secret. She'd have to confess to Krystal that she'd told them. Cherish replayed the entire episode with Noah. It was all about the note. Yes, he'd definitely see the truth if he saw that. Showing him the note first up would have been the sensible thing to do. She looked over at Mom, who was walking around filling everyone's cups. Aida was busy handing people plates so they could help themselves to the food. Hoping they were too busy to notice her absence, she turned toward the house and made a quick escape. She opened the back door and walked up the stairs to Krystal's room. She knocked on the door, but there was no answer. After knocking again, she opened the door to discover that Krystal was packing all her things, tears running down her cheeks.
Hey, what are you doing?
Cherish hurried over.
Are you going back to Gertie's house, or... It's time, Cherish. I can't do this anymore.
Krystal wiped her face and sat down on the bed beside her old and battered brown suitcase.
I'm leaving the community.
Cherish sat down next to her and put her arm around her.
Time heals everything, Krystal. I suspect you're being tested. I know God has a bigger, better plan for you. He only tests the strongest of us. Thanks, but I've thought about it, and I want to leave.
Krystal grabbed a Kleenex from the side table and blew her nose.
What about the note from Gertie about the money? You didn't even tell Noah about it yet. You should show it to him. He should just believe me. I'm not a liar. I think sometimes men have a hard time accepting anything until they see it with their own eyes. It doesn't matter, Cherish. Noah showed me what I already realized deep down. I will never be able to find a man or have a family here. A family of my own is all I want.
She put her head in her hands. Cherish didn't know what to do. She didn't want to tell her that she had told Wilma and Aida, but maybe Krystal would feel better if she recognized they supported her and agreed she should keep the money. Unlike Noah, they knew who she was.
I'm sorry for crying.
Krystal wiped her eyes.
Listen, I had to tell Mom and Aida about what happened. They guessed something was wrong, and they were going to go around the town asking everyone if they had knowledge of anything that might be upsetting you. They definitely would have gone to the bishop's house.
Cherish held her breath, hoping this wouldn't send Krystal completely over the edge.
It's okay, Cherish. It's done now. I'm leaving anyway. It doesn't matter what people assume about me. No, listen. They said they believe you should keep the money since Gertie gifted it to you. They support you. Don't let Noah run you out of town. He's not even from here.
Krystal blew her nose again and looked over at her. They both jumped at the sound of someone banging loudly on the front door downstairs. Cherish scrambled to her feet.
I had better get that. I hope Mom and Ada haven't noticed I'm gone yet.
Cherish hurried down the stairs. She felt she'd gotten through to Krystal toward the end of their conversation, and she was frustrated by the distraction. As she got closer to the door, the banging started again. She quickly opened the door to discover a red-faced Noah standing in front of her.
Cherish, is Krystal here?
He took off his hat and pressed it against his chest. Cherish was shocked to see him, considering how angry he'd been earlier.
It's not a good time, Noah.
She shook her head at him, half considering telling him how unhappy she was with his dreadful behavior earlier that day.
I want to apologize for this morning. I shouldn't speak to either of you like that.
Is that Noah?
Cherish turned around and saw Aida and Wilma walking toward her from the kitchen. Cherish was unnerved because she was sure they'd still be outside.
Yes, I'm telling him to leave. Krystal is still upset,
she whispered to them. Aida walked over and grabbed the door out of Cherish's hand, pulling it wide open so they could talk with him.
Noah, please come in. We'd like a word with you.
Aida gestured for him to come inside. Cherish stared at Wilma and Aida as they walked into the living room and sat down with Noah. She stood at the back of the room to listen in. She instantly regretted telling them about what was going on. Were they going to make the situation a lot worse?
Cherish has informed us about what has happened, and we want to make it clear to you that we've known Krystal for many years now, Aida began. Many more years than you, I should add, considering all your years outside of the community,
Wilma chimed in.
She would never steal anything, and she and Gertie were extremely close. You must understand their relationship, Aida told him.
Cherish was surprised at how strongly they were supporting Krystal.
Thank you, ladies, but I came here to speak to Krystal. This is a private matter, and it should have stayed private. Krystal and I can sort it out between ourselves.
He stood and walked toward the door.
Wait!
Cherish ran behind him.
Gertie left her a note. That's how she learned that Gertie wanted that money to be hers. There was a note in the box.
Noah turned around to face her.
Well, if the handwriting on this so-called note matches my grandmother's, I'll trust everything she says.
I'll go get it right now.
Cherish ran up the stairs and burst into Krystal's room.
Noah's here. He said if he sees the note with Gertie's handwriting, he will let you keep it,
she blurted out, between gasping for air from running up the stairs so fast.
I don't want to talk to him, and I don't care what he thinks.
Krystal zipped up her suitcase.
I don't need all this nonsense and drama. Please, Krystal, you can't leave like this. He will be proven right. You will vanish. And what will everyone in the community say? You've got to clear your good name.
Krystal turned to face her and paused for a moment.
You're right.
She unzipped her suitcase and dumped everything out. She pulled out Gertie's note, which was at the bottom of the bag, and headed down the stairs. They entered the living room, but Noah was nowhere to be seen.
Where'd he go?
Cherish asked, as Wilma and Aida stood up from their chairs.
We told him to stay, but he said he was going, and then he got up and left.
Wilma shrugged her shoulders.
Very strange man he is indeed.
Aida clicked her tongue.
He said he'd accept it if it was Gertie's handwriting on the note. After that, he left without so much as a goodbye or a thanks for the chat.
Wilma looked sympathetically at Krystal.
Don't worry about him. We told him how trustworthy you are, and that we've known you for much longer than he has.
Once again, Krystal knew that these people truly cared about her.
Thank you both so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you too, Cherish. You don't need to thank me.
Cherish opened the door, and Krystal followed behind. They stood on the porch and watched Noah's horse and buggy disappearing into the distance. Cherish faced Krystal.
Please stay. I'll say this. I won't leave yet. Not until Noah learns the truth, Krystal said.
Cherish was happy with that for now. Chapter 21. Cherish's stomach rumbled as she walked down the stairs and into the kitchen. She was starving this morning. The smell of breakfast got stronger the closer she got to the kitchen, and she noticed how famished she was. Everyone was already seated at the table. Cherish took a moment to immerse herself in the smell of bacon and onions from the freshly baked breakfast casserole. She looked at the table and her mouth started to water. The casserole looked divine. Warm rolls filled the plates on either side of it, and there were 2 large bowls filled with fruit, one at either end of the table. A large loaf of bread was in the center, half of it already cut into slices. Before she sat, she grabbed a few pieces of bread and a dollop of fresh butter. Krystal and Debbie sat across from her, and Levi and Wilma sat on either ends of the table. Jared sat at the small children's table in the corner.
Good morning, Cherish. How are you today?
Levi picked up his coffee and took a sip.
I'm good, thanks.
She nodded in his direction.
Mom, Krystal, Debbie, how are you?
Good, thank you, Cherish. We've got a lot to do today. I hope you're well rested.
Wilma was eating a slice of breakfast casserole. She cut it up and placed a large spoonful into her mouth.
Fine, thank you, Cherish.
Krystal kept staring at her plate and sat there, eating quietly. The truth was, Cherish had hardly slept that night at all. She had hardly eaten anything yesterday either. She still felt guilty and partly to blame for the drama between Noah and Krystal. If he had never heard her and Bliss gossiping, he might have given Krystal the benefit of the doubt, instead of choosing to view her as untrustworthy and not of the Amish spirit. Suddenly, there was a knock at the front door.
That's strange. It can't be Aida. She never knocks.
Wilma got up and walked over to the front door. Cherish and Krystal were watching from the kitchen as she opened the door. A young man stood in front of her.
Good morning, Mrs. Bruner. I'm here on behalf of the bishop.
Krystal's stomach sank. It was about her. She just knew it.
The bishop? Levi whispered to all. What would the bishop want?
He put down his knife and fork and glanced at the front door.
No idea.
Cherish shrugged her shoulders and kept eating.
What's this in regard to?
Wilma stood with one hand on the door and one hand placed on her hip.
I can't say, Mrs. Bruner. Mainly because no one told me. I'm bringing the message that he'd like you, Krystal, and Mrs. Berger to come by his house at 5 today.
Mrs. Berger? You mean Aida?
That's right.
Okay, tell the bishop his message is received. The 3 of us will be there at 5.
Wilma closed the door and walked back into the kitchen.
The bishop's house, Mom? Why would the bishop want to speak with the 3 of you? Cherish asked.
You had more to do with this than any of us, Cherish.
Wilma sat back down.
For that, you can drive us there. What did you do now, Wilma?
Levi looked at her with amusement twinkling in his eyes.
Nothing.
Wilma's mouth turned down at the corners.
And it's private,
Cherish said, as she looked over at Krystal. Krystal didn't look up from her plate. She had stopped eating and was just staring at it. Krystal opened her mouth to say something when they heard the front door open.
It's only us, Aida called out.
Ah, good, you're here.
Wilma got up and walked over to the sink to put the kettle back on. Samuel took a seat next to Levi, and Aida sat down next to Cherish.
Smells and looks absolutely delicious, Wilma.
Aida took a plate, bowed her head to say a silent prayer of thanks, and then started filling her plate with food.
A young fellow just came by with a message from the bishop, Levi told Samuel. He has requested Wilma, Aida, and Krystal come to a meeting with him at 5 o'clock today.
Me? Aida's mouth was half full. She looked worried.
Why would he want me there? Cherish could sense Aida was panicking. That would have been amusing to Cherish if it weren't so dreadful. I've got nothing to do with this, Aida exclaimed. How can you be sure until you find out what he wants to say? Samuel asked.
It's about me, Samuel, Krystal told him. I'm so sorry, everyone. I've brought all this drama amongst us. I should leave.
Krystal stood up.
Nonsense,
Cherish said loudly. Never mind, Krystal. We don't blame you. It's Noah's fault. Wilma walked over, put a hand gently on her shoulder, and guided her back down into her seat. Yeah, that man has been nothing but trouble, Aida added. I'm sure we will sort it all out. The bishop has known us far longer than he's known Noah, after all. Wilma filled up the teapot. Aida blurted out, I'm starting to realize why Gertie never had much to do with her relatives. Everyone was silent, and Aida immediately regretted saying something so awful. Well, I don't want to listen to anything about it until it's all done and dusted. Levi stood up. We're off to hitch the buggy for Debbie. He gestured for Samuel to follow him, and they both walked out the front door.
Thank you,
Debbie called after them.
What's going on now? I've been pretty much out of the loop on this whole thing.
Debbie eyed Krystal and then Cherish. Krystal nodded, giving Cherish permission to tell Debbie what was going on. Cherish took a deep breath.
Basically, Gertie put some money aside for Krystal. It was hidden in the shop, and Noah doesn't accept it. Maybe he assumes he should have the money for himself or something.
Debbie looked shocked.
That's horrible.
She looked at Krystal.
I'm so sorry you have to go through this. Why would he go to the bishop?
Well, Aida put her knife and fork down. He came here, and Wilma and I told him Krystal wouldn't lie. He didn't seem to like that. He left without even giving Krystal a chance to show him the letter Gertie had written her. The letter explains the money, doesn't it, Krystal? Aida picked up her knife and fork again.
It does. Wow, Krystal. I'm so sorry. For what it's worth, I accept what you say.
Debbie touched Krystal's shoulder sympathetically.
Thank you, Debbie. It means a lot.
Krystal wiped a tear from her cheek.
Thank you all for trusting me. I wasn't a trustworthy person once. I only cared about myself.
We appreciate you've changed, Wilma said. No need to talk about the past. We've all done things when we were young that we regret. Not all of us, Wilma, Aida said, before turning her attention back to Krystal. Now, don't you be worried for 1 second, Krystal. We will get this sorted tonight, once and for all. Cherish got up and collected everyone's dirty plates. She set them in the sink, and Krystal came over to help her clean them. Debbie, Aida, and Wilma sat talking amongst themselves at the table, while Jared sat quietly arranging crusts of bread into patterns on the children's table.
Are you okay?
Cherish asked Krystal, as she turned on the taps to fill the sink with hot water. Chapter 22. Krystal shook her head.
I'm a mess, Cherish. I don't want to cry. I'm over it. But the tears won't stop. It's like I have zero control anymore over anything. My body won't even listen to me when I tell it to stop crying. So why should anyone else listen to me?
Cherish turned off the taps and placed another pile of dishes in the sink.
Don't be like that, or you'll feel worse. Why would he go to the bishop? I had no idea he would take it this far.
Krystal wiped another tear from her cheek before she picked up a dish towel.
I'm shocked, too. Take the note with you. It must be about the money, mustn't it? I mean, what else would it be about? He didn't hang around here to look at the note. He must want the bishop to help him decide what to do.
Cherish dunked a third pile of dishes into the water and started scrubbing.
I guess so. Once the bishop sees Gertie's note, everything will be sorted.
Cherish was trying to be optimistic. Even if the note was from Gertie, Noah could still want the money back. Cherish stacked some plates in the rack for Krystal to dry.
I hope so, Cherish. I'm not the bishop's favorite person right now. He told me to decide. That was weeks ago, and I haven't talked to him since. It's time for me to go to work, Debbie announced as she stood up. She walked over to Krystal. I will pray for you when I'm in the buggy.
Debbie hugged Krystal before heading out the front door with Jared.
Thank you, everyone, for your support.
Krystal turned to face Aida and Wilma.
I've got to open up the quilt shop now. I'll see you at 5, or whenever you get there. It won't matter if I have to close up early. Hardly anyone comes in after 4. Have Samuel and Levi drive you there. We'll come and collect you, and from there, we'll go straight to the bishop's house. Okay, that sounds like a good idea.
Krystal nodded. Aida got up. I'll just tell the men of the change of plans. She disappeared out the back door. We will all pray today that Noah sees straight and Krystal is taken care of, Wilma announced.
Thank you, Mom,
Cherish said, as Wilma took the dish towel out of Krystal's hand. You go. You don't want to be late, Wilma told Krystal.
Thank you.
Krystal headed out the front door and walked over to Levi's waiting horse and buggy. Levi was in the driver's seat, and Samuel was climbing in next to him. She glanced at Gertie's horse, Daisy, in the paddock. No one had said anything about taking Daisy or the buggy from her. She secretly hoped Gertie's family wouldn't even think about it. But she knew deep down she had to say something about it, or risk being accused of stealing Daisy and the buggy too.
Thanks for taking me today.
Krystal climbed into the back of the buggy. We're only too happy to go for a ride, Samuel said. We were ready to go out anywhere, so taking you to your shop is just a small detour. She couldn't shake the eerie atmosphere of the day, nor could she have known Noah would have gone to the extreme that he had. She could never forgive him for this. She was sick in the tummy suddenly when another problem came to mind. She was supposed to be staying at Gertie's house, taking care of it, but she'd hardly been there at all. Was Noah also upset about that? She tried to shake the nerves away and focus on her tasks at hand for that day. Before long, they pulled up outside the quilt store.
Thanks so much, Krystal said as she stepped out.
You're welcome. I hope you have a good day, Levi told her.
I will.
She made her way to the store. The men hadn't said much on the drive. She guessed they didn't want to talk about the messy business about her having to go see the bishop, dragging their wives with her. Krystal unlocked the store and set it up for the day. The day flew by, and before Krystal knew it, it was 4:30. Knowing they'd be there any minute to collect her, she quickly reconciled the day's money. Rather than take the cash with her as she normally did, she hid it in the store. At least that way she wouldn't be accused of stealing it. A minute later, she looked out the shop window to see that Cherish had pulled up in her buggy, with Aida and Wilma in the back. Krystal was scared to go to the bishop's again. It didn't go well last time she'd been to his house to talk with him. The odd thing was that the bishop hadn't asked Cherish to be there too. She was, after all, more involved and had more knowledge about the situation than Aida and Wilma. She walked out the front door, locking it behind her. She walked over to the buggy and opened the door. Wilma and Aida were wearing their best dresses, staring at her from the back seat.
Hi, everyone, Krystal said nervously as she sat next to Cherish. You all look nice.
Are you all right? Aida asked.
Yes. What's wrong? You were all pasty and white.
Wilma looked her up and down.
Will you two stop already?
Cherish turned around from the front seat.
She's clearly nervous. You would be too if you were in this situation.
She faced the front and signaled for the horse to move on.
How was your day, Krystal? Aida asked.
Krystal twisted around.
It was fine. I had 2 busloads of tourists and sold 3 quilts, and I have 2 on hold for tomorrow.
Sounds like a good day to me, Wilma said. We were busy at the orchard. Whenever I go to your place, Wilma, you always have something going on. Now I'm being drawn into something with the bishop, Aida said. I can't help that, Wilma said. I had nothing to do with it.
Aida patted Wilma's hand.
I know that. I'm just saying what's on my mind. It's your girls.
This time it was me, I'm afraid, Krystal said. It must be about this note from Gertie and the money she hid for me. Oh, you did bring the note with you, didn't you? Cherish asked. I did.
Krystal looked out the window while listening to Aida and Wilma complaining about the situation and gossiping about Noah. She couldn't wait till it was all over and done with. She closed her eyes and said a prayer that all would go well. The buggy came to a halt, and she opened her eyes. They were outside the bishop's house.
I'm sorry I can't come in, Krystal, Cherish said. I'm just the driver. It's okay, I understand. You've done more than enough, and I'm so grateful for your support. It really does mean the world to me. I appreciate all of you.
Aida said, Don't be too happy until we find out what this is all about.
Cherish looked up and down the yard.
There are no other buggies here, so the elders haven't been called. That buggy is the one Noah has borrowed by the looks. That's something, I suppose, Krystal said.
Krystal sat there while Aida and Wilma got out of the buggy.
I'll be praying about it while you're inside, Cherish told her. Thank you. What if I'm kicked out or excommunicated?
Cherish shook her head.
That won't happen.
Come along, Krystal, Wilma called out.
Krystal got out and followed the 2 older ladies. Cherish watched as Hannah greeted them at the front door before they all went inside. In the past, Cherish would have gone closer to the house to try to listen in. She'd gotten away with that kind of thing when she was younger, but now she wouldn't be able to bear the embarrassment if she was caught. 10 minutes passed, and the suspense was killing Cherish. She sat there biting her lip, wondering what was going on. Why didn't the bishop want to talk to her, too? Did he not value her opinion? Or did Noah forget to mention that she knew more than Mom and Aida about the matter? Cherish knew that they would be gathered in the living room, towards the back of the house. If she snuck around the side of the house, she could peep in through the window to see what was happening. Should she? Cherish couldn't help herself. She jumped out of the buggy and ran around to the back of the bishop's house. Chapter 23. The sun had nearly set, so it would be hard for everyone in the bishop's house to see outside. Cherish crept up to the window. Slowly, she lifted her head so she could see through it. The curtains were made of some kind of transparent mesh fabric. The first person Cherish saw was Hannah, who stood at the doorway of the room, observing the few people who were seated. The bishop sat on one side of the room with Noah, and Krystal sat with Aida and Wilma on the other side. Cherish could just make out what they were saying.
Can I please have the note, Krystal? The bishop asked.
Krystal had the note in her hand. Cherish watched as she passed it over to the bishop. Noah was leaning over towards the bishop, trying to view the letter, too.
Is this her handwriting?
The bishop passed the note to Noah. Noah squinted as he studied it, holding it close to his face. Suddenly, Noah passed it back to the bishop.
Yes, it's my grandmother's handwriting. I'm sure of it. She always curved her Y's and G's like that. Krystal can keep the money.
Noah hung his head.
Good. That's settled.
The bishop folded the note and passed it back to Krystal. Wilma and Aida smiled and looked over at Krystal.
My next question is, what's going on with the book?
The bishop stared straight at Krystal.
What book?
Wilma and Aida both said at the same time. Cherish let out a loud gasp. All at once, everyone turned. She quickly popped her head down out of sight and waited a few seconds before looking back up again. Cherish was disturbed that the bishop had raised the subject of the book Krystal had written in front of everyone.
I'm trying to get out of the book.
Krystal looked down at her hands.
There is a chance I can get out of it, and I want to stay here in the community. That's what I've decided. If you'll have me.
Krystal inhaled and looked back up at the bishop.
Well, that's good. I am delighted for you to stay.
He smiled warmly at her. Noah cleared his throat. My father and I will be selling Gertie's house, Krystal. But if you like... There was a long pause before he continued. You can keep the shop if you are willing to take over all the expenses that come with it. Krystal was shocked.
For real?
Noah gave a nod.
I would love that. Thank you, Noah, and please thank your father for me.
Cherish saw her dab her eyes with a tissue. Happy tears this time. Cherish sent up a silent prayer of thanks. Things were working out for Krystal.
You can keep staying with us at the orchard, Krystal. You'll always have a home with us.
Wilma patted her on the back.
Thank you so much, Wilma. You and your whole family have been very kind.
I'll have the paperwork for the store drawn up, ready to be signed in the next couple of days, Noah said. Krystal was shocked at the turn of events. She definitely wasn't expecting him to allow her to keep the shop. That meant she had an income. She wouldn't have to leave the community because now she would be able to support herself rather than rely on others. She was overjoyed.
Are you sure you don't want any money for it?
Krystal asked.
No.
Noah shook his head.
I don't want anything to do with the shop. I've caused you enough stress. It's the least I could do, and my father is in agreement.
Cherish noticed a sense of regret in his voice. Maybe he wasn't so bad after all. I realized when you two spoke to me that I had judged her wrongly. Noah was looking at Wilma and Aida. I didn't have to see the note about the money. You two believed her, so it made me wonder why I questioned her. I wanted the bishop to be a witness to what was said, since it's a large sum of money. I also wanted him to witness that I intend to hand the quilt store over to her. Cherish was so pleased for Krystal. They all stood and walked towards the front door, while Noah apologized once again. Cherish turned around and quickly ran towards the buggy. She was running now, afraid of getting caught. Cherish was nearly back at the buggy when a dog, the size of a small horse, stood between her and the buggy. She froze on the spot as the dog growled and bared its teeth.
Nice doggy.
Cherish made sure that her voice didn't reflect her fear. Surely the bishop wouldn't have a vicious dog, not with all the people he'd have coming and going at his house. It had to have been a neighbor's dog or a stray. Cherish remembered the 2 cookies she had stashed in the waistband of her apron. She reached in and slowly took them out. She heard the voices from the house getting louder. They were about to come outside. She had to get back to the buggy. The dog started walking closer to her. She held out the cookies so he could smell them, and then she dropped one on the ground. He gobbled it quickly. She showed him the other one and threw it as far as she could. When the dog ran for the cookie, she bunched her skirt in her hands and ran. Once she reached the buggy, she jumped into the driver's seat.
Cherish put her hand on her chest, trying to steady her breathing. What would have happened if she hadn't taken those cookies as a snack for later? The gaslight on the porch came on, and Krystal, Aida, and Wilma made their way down the front steps. That was close, Cherish murmured to herself. She fixed her hair and straightened her crop before they got into the buggy. "Where were you, Cherish?" Aida asked. Cherish turned around to see Aida glaring at her from the back seat. It was rare that she got anything past Aida. She must have seen her running back to the buggy.
I just got out to stretch my legs.
She turned around and faced the front in order to avoid eye contact with her. Aida didn't seem so sure.
Anyway, what happened?
Cherish pulled the horse and buggy out of the driveway.
"Oh, you don't already know?"
Aida asked sarcastically. Krystal let out a satisfied and relieved sigh.
God took care of everything.
They spent the rest of the way home telling Cherish everything that had happened. Chapter 24. The next day, Cherish caught a glimpse of Florence walking in the orchard with Iris. She ran over to her.
"Florence, how are you?"
She picked up Iris and spun her in a circle. Iris giggled, and Cherish put her down. "I'm good. I'm giving Iris an educational tour of the orchard for our science subject. I've taken her out of school. Carter and I didn't like their curriculum."
"I didn't like the school. Everyone was mean,"
Iris told Cherish.
"That's too bad."
Cherish looked up at Florence.
"I'm sure the bishop wouldn't mind if she goes to the school that we all attended."
Florence shook her head. "We've decided that homeschooling will be the best for her. It's been working great for us so far. What's happening with you? When I saw you in the distance, you looked like you had the weight of the world on your shoulders."
"Not much. Well, that's not really true."
Cherish told Florence what had happened with Krystal and Noah. She wasn't betraying a confidence because so many people would have heard about it by now. "So he's handing over the quilt store just like that?" Cherish nodded.
"That's what he said."
"Does the store have debts?" Cherish shrugged her shoulders.
"I'm not sure."
"I guess she'll find that out," Florence said.
"Oh, he wouldn't do that, would he?"
Cherish asked.
"Is that why he said she can have it? I thought he was being generous."
"I'm not sure. From what you've said, he doesn't sound like he's got Krystal's best interests at heart." Cherish looked down at Iris, who was hugging Caramel, much to their mutual enjoyment.
"Now I'll have to call Krystal and warn her to make sure. This is all so complicated. He's bringing her a contract to sign."
"When?"
"He said in a couple of days."
Florence suggested. "Carter would be happy to search the contract for anything that doesn't look right. He's bought and sold businesses before."
"Has he?"
"Yes. He'll know what to look for. Tell Krystal to give him a call."
"That would be wunderbar. Thanks so much. I'll tell Krystal. Are you sure he won't mind?"
Florence shook her head. "He loves doing things like that now that he's retired."
"I can't believe he's retired so young."
"Me either. He does like to keep busy since he's sold his games company. He'll have to find something soon to occupy his time, although he's been helping a lot with Iris's schooling." Cherish had heard he got millions of dollars for his company. She'd never asked Florence that because she didn't like talking about money. Anyway, Carter and Florence both preferred the simple country life. They didn't splash their money about except to go on the occasional vacation.
"Thanks, Florence. I'm sure Krystal would be so grateful. Where are you heading?"
"Right now, I'm taking a few spare moments to take Iris on a walk through the orchard. I used to stroll through it every afternoon, or whenever I could when time would allow."
"I better get back to work, or Aida and Mom will come looking for me. They're always watching as though they're trying to catch me taking a break so they can pick on me and say I'm not working."
Florence laughed. "I can imagine. When I go home, I'll tell Carter that Krystal might want his help.
You're the best, Florence.
Cherish stepped forward and gave Florence a hug. She leaned down and hugged Iris.
I'll see you again soon, Iris. I want to go with you, Iris said, as she clutched Cherish's hand. I'm sorry, but I've got to go back to work. I want to come, Iris insisted.
No, Iris. Cherish has a lot of work to do. We might see her tomorrow.
I'll come and visit you tomorrow. I'll bring you a candy apple if your mother says it's okay, Cherish said.
Florence smiled. I'll have to say it is okay now that you've mentioned it, or I'll be the bad one.
Whoops, sorry. I'll try to remember not to do that again.
Cherish stepped back and waved before she headed back into the orchard with Caramel close behind her. Later that evening, Cherish was hitching the buggy when Matthew appeared out of nowhere. He wasn't in his work clothes, and he looked like he was going somewhere important.
Where are you going? Matthew asked.
I'm going to see Krystal.
Mind if I come?
Cherish stared at him.
I need to talk with her about something private.
Anything to do with her buying the quilt shop?
Matthew asked, grinning.
You heard about that?
He chuckled.
I know everything.
She's not actually buying it.
This is what I heard. They're giving it to her. That's mighty nice, if you ask me. And I reckon Gertie would be pretty happy about it, too. I mean, what would Noah and his father do with a quilt store? It's kind of a ladies' thing, don't you reckon?
Maybe.
So, what are you going over there to talk about?
Cherish didn't like sharing the information, but Matthew was harmless.
I'm passing on the message that Carter has offered to look over the contract for her. He's used to this kind of thing.
Whoa. Do you think he should be doing that? That's an insult, wouldn't you say?
Cherish straightened up.
What do you mean?
He rubbed his chin.
They're giving it to her, right?
Yeah.
If Krystal is bringing someone in to check that they're not doing something they shouldn't be doing, and she won't be disadvantaged by them giving it to her.
Oh, I see what you mean. I didn't even think of it that way. It would be different if she was paying for it. But what if the shop owes a lot of money?
Matthew frowned.
They'd tell her. Sounds like you and Krystal have no trust. No, I don't like the direction this is going.
Oh, well, Carter offered. I mean, Florence said he'd do it. Now I'm not sure. If you think that, they'll probably think that.
Of course they will look at it that way. I'm not only a pretty face, you know.
The corners of his mouth tilted upward.
Maybe I won't tell her that he's offered. But don't forget that Noah's treatment of Krystal hasn't exactly inspired trust, so she needs to be careful.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. You've got to do it in a way that they won't be offended. How about she sits on the contract for a day and tells them she'll sign it when...
Excellent idea. She'll have a headache and she'll take the contract and then sign it when she feels better the next day.
Matthew narrowed his eyes at her.
I didn't say to lie.
I know, but Krystal has a headache most days, so it won't really be lying. Thanks, Matthew. You've been a great help.
Great. So can I come with you to visit Krystal?
No.
Cherish climbed into the buggy and moved the horse and buggy down the driveway. Cherish smiled to herself when she saw Matthew staring after her in the rearview mirror. He looked devastated, and for some reason she found that funny. It was no secret that he liked Krystal, along with a dozen other young and single Amish ladies. The last thing she wanted was for Krystal to learn that other people knew about her private business. She had no idea that people were talking about it already. It hadn't taken long for word to get out. Chapter 25. Krystal had been delighted with Carter offering to look over the contract before she signed. The only problem was, Noah showed up at the store with his father. They wanted her to sign there and then. She felt it would be rude to say she wanted another set of eyes on the contract. It would be like she wasn't grateful for their generous offer. Krystal stared down at the 5 pages of the document, which was the contract for the change of ownership.
So, does the store have any debts?
That was the one thing Cherish said Florence had mentioned to be careful about. She couldn't afford to take on a lot of debt. The store made money, but not enough to keep her and pay off any debts.
You should know,
Noah shot back at her.
Gertie always handled the books.
Krystal shrugged her shoulders.
I've only been looking after them since she's been gone.
Noah looked at his father, and he said,
No debts to speak of. Just a few things that need paying, like the utilities. And the rent is due next week.
Krystal nodded and knew she had that sorted, because they'd had a good few weeks. She looked at the contract with the pen poised in her hand. So many things flew through her mind. If they said there were no debts, there wasn't anything to worry about. And surely they wouldn't lie to her, since they were in the community. Krystal sighed. Then she looked up at them.
Thank you.
We feel this is what my mother would have wanted,
Noah's father said.
I think so too,
Noah added. They said goodbye, and she watched them leave. She hadn't even asked how long they were both staying, and she didn't know if she'd ever see Noah again. What had she ever seen in Noah? Part of her was still attracted to him, and that disturbed her. Later that day, Krystal went back to the orchard where she was staying. Over the evening meal, she said,
I signed the papers today. The shop is officially mine.
Krystal cut into her food, smiling. She was sitting next to Cherish and across from Levi and Wilma. Aida and Samuel were either side of Wilma. Debbie and Jared were out somewhere with Peter.
That's great news, Krystal.
Levi nodded enthusiastically as he buttered a large piece of bread.
Congratulations! That's so exciting,
Cherish added, twirling noodles onto her fork.
Do you own the building?
Wilma cut a piece of roast beef and placed it in her mouth. Levi laughed at Wilma.
That's unlikely.
Wilma pouted.
I don't know these things.
No, Wilma, I'll be paying rent. I wish I did own the building.
Cherish and Krystal had helped cook the roast and the baked potatoes with chipped beef gravy. Krystal was famished from the big day she'd had. Signing the papers giving her total ownership of Gertie's shop was a big deal for her. She never in a million years would have thought she'd end up owning it. She picked up her plate and started loading it up with more food. She grabbed some baked potato pieces and covered them with a large spoonful of gravy. Then she got herself another serving of roast beef.
Is the rent reasonable?
Levi asked.
It is. It's very reasonable.
Oh, how wonderful. I'm glad everything worked out. Our prayers have been heard, and they have been answered.
Wilma bowed her head, then continued eating her roast beef.
Thank you, everyone.
Krystal smiled.
And thank you both for letting me stay here at the orchard.
It's our pleasure,
Levi said.
You've always got a home here with us.
Wilma smiled at her before she took a sip of water.
I know, and I am so grateful to you all. I enjoy staying here, but I know I need my own place. I will keep looking for a house.
Well, you're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Levi smiled at her and wiped his mouth with a napkin.
I think she gets the point. You both keep telling her she can stay,
Cherish said.
I'm not meaning to be rude, but if you've said it once, you've said it 1,000 times.
Wilma stared at Cherish.
No need to be rude.
Sorry, but certain things get on my nerves.
I've enjoyed Krystal's company. It's so quiet here without favor. I'm used to this house being full the way it used to be.
Wilma looked upset. Cherish swallowed hard. She didn't want to see her mother cry, or to make her unhappy, But she knew it was only a matter of time before she'd have to tell her she was moving back to the farm. She couldn't put her life on hold forever just to give her companionship, especially now that she had Malachi to consider. Cherish dreamed often of the day when she'd be able to get back to the farm. She often thought of all the things they'd do together. Picnics by the pond, with Caramel and Wally playing, once they became friends, and they would. The only thing was, and it weighed on her mind constantly, that her happiness would come at the price of her mother's happiness. Wilma continued, "It's just a matter of time, and there will only be me and Levi here."
There, Wilma.
Levi took her hand in his.
We've spoken about this. The children can't stay at home forever. They have lives to be lived.
Wilma wiped a tear from her cheek. Cherish looked down at her food, feeling horrible. One day, Levi would make his final journey home to God, and Mom would be alone. "Maybe," Mom mumbled. Cherish was shocked. Maybe? Maybe she had a life to live? Or did her mother want to trap her there at the orchard like some kind of prisoner? Again, Cherish felt she could understand what Florence had gone through all those years ago. No wonder she'd run away to marry Carter. The only difference was that when Florence moved away, Wilma hadn't been alone. She had 6 daughters to keep her company.
"Never mind, Wilma,"
Aida said, breaking the rare moment of silence.
"All mine have married, and I'm alone with Samuel. You get used to it. Anyway, didn't you long for the day when you'd get some peace and quiet?"
"I want a peaceful life, but I don't want an empty house. The two are different things." After the meal, Cherish stood next to Krystal in the kitchen, drying the dishes as Krystal passed them to her. All she could think about was Malachi. She looked at the clock. 6:30 p.m. He said he would call sometime after supper. She waited every night for his call.
"Hello? Cherish? What is all of this still doing here?"
Aida yelled at her from the kitchen table. "What?" Cherish turned around to see Aida pointing at dirty dishes.
"Look at the dishes. Look at the dishes. Look at the dishes," Timmy said.
Everyone in the kitchen laughed, except for Aida.
"Oh, Wilma."
Aida frowned at her friend until Wilma got up and covered the bird cage.
"That's better."
Aida gave a nod.
"Good night, birdies."
When Cherish turned her attention back to the stack of dishes, the phone in the barn rang. It stopped Cherish in her tracks.
"I'll be back soon,"
she said, as she ran out the back door and bolted as fast as she could to the barn. Chapter 26. Caramel was lying on the front porch and jumped down, chasing after her as she sprinted. The 2 barn doors were closed and wouldn't open on her first try. The right-hand door was stuck, and she had to pull on it a few times to get the door unstuck so they would both open. "Come on," she said under her breath, as she pulled once more with all her strength. Finally, she was inside. She grabbed the flashlight at the door and turned it on as she walked. Thankfully, the phone was still ringing.
"Hello?"
she said breathlessly as she picked up the end of her apron to wipe the phone's receiver down.
"Cherish, it's Malachi. Are you okay?"
She was filled with excitement as she heard his voice. Her hands started to tremble. His voice reminded her of home and of everything she loved.
"I'm okay. I couldn't open the barn doors there for a while. I don't know why they were stuck. It could be all the rain we're having. It's rained every night this week. Then the phone was dusty, so I had to wipe it."
Malachi let out a laugh.
"Dusty? It hasn't been that long since I called."
"I know. Don't laugh at me,"
she said playfully.
"It gets dusty really fast with all the trucks coming and going, taking the apples away and things like that. Anyway, it's about time I heard from you. What took you so long?"
"I'm sorry. You know how it is on the farm. I'm working from dawn till dusk.
Cherish could sense that he felt bad.
It's okay. I'm only playing with you. How are you?
She twirled the phone line in her fingers and leaned against the wall.
I'm good. Getting lots done on the farm. Wally misses you. It's not the same without you here, Wally says.
Cherish laughed.
Tell him I miss him too.
Well,
Malachi said.
Have you told everyone about us yet?
I thought we were taking things slow and not rushing in.
Well, it's hard. I miss you too, not just Wally, he said quietly.
After she didn't say anything, he said,
Well, do you have something you want to say to me?
Cherish let out a laugh.
You know I feel the same.
How do I know if you don't tell me? He asked.
You should know.
You won't say it?
Not when you're forcing me to.
Malachi laughed again.
You'll never change. So, have you said anything to your mother about coming to see me again? Or coming to the farm again?
I tried to tell Mom I wanted to move to the farm, but she burst into tears and then ran out of the room.
I didn't know she disliked me that much.
Malachi sounded worried. Cherish let out a laugh.
No, it's not like that. She just thought I was telling her I was leaving to go back to the farm. I didn't mention you. I just wanted to get her used to one change at a time.
Oh, well, I guess that's better than her not approving of me.
There was silence for a moment before Malachi spoke again.
So, I guess I shouldn't get my hopes up, thinking I will be seeing you again any time soon, eh?
I wish I could get there. But we've got more apples than ever to harvest, and I'm already getting grief from Mom and Aida. They already think I don't do enough around here.
I understand. Well, maybe if your mother knew about us, she wouldn't feel so bad about letting you come back here to me.
Malachi sounded hopeful.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
In a perfect world.
Yes, in a perfect world.
Cherish smiled to herself, hoping that one day their time would come. One day she might be able to get back to Malachi and her farm and stay there for good.
The subject of me leaving came up indirectly during the meal tonight. I think Levi's on my side, and maybe Aida too. But it's hard to tell with Aida.
Do what you can. Keep chipping away. How can we develop our relationship if we never see each other face to face?
I know. It's on my mind every single day. I'm not where I want to be. It would make it easier if my mother was okay with everything.
Can you talk to Levi? He seems like a reasonable man from what you've told me about him.
The only person she listens to is Aida.
Well, there's your answer then. Get Aida on side.
Cherish bit her lip.
Maybe, but that could go really bad. She thinks I'm selfish and lazy.
Malachi chuckled.
No, she doesn't. That's just her way. If she thought all those things, why would she have brought you to the farm so many times?
I'm not sure.
Keep trying. I miss you. Don't let too much time pass, Malachi said.
She swallowed hard, hoping that he really knew that she was trying.
I will. I miss you too.
Good night, Cherish. Have a good night,
Malachi said in a sweet tone.
Good night. And don't take so long to call me again.
Malachi laughed, and she hung up the phone's receiver. She was smiling from ear to ear as she looked down at Caramel. He was staring up at her, wagging his tail.
Hi, boy.
She leaned down to pat him, and he jumped up and gave her a lick on the side of her face.
I'll race you back to the house.
She turned off the flashlight that was next to her feet. Then she saw the lights on in the house.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, go!
She took off running as fast as she could towards the house, not bothering to close the barn door. Caramel ran fast behind her. She opened the back door to the kitchen, and Caramel came in behind her. Aida and Wilma sat staring straight at her.
"Well, someone looks happy," Wilma said. "Aida and I did the dishes for you."
Cherish looked over at the clean sink. Not a dish in sight.
"Oh, Denka, I would have done it."
"Who was that on the phone?" Aida asked.
"No one."
Wilma frowned.
It had to be someone. Someone had to dial our number. It didn't dial itself."
"It was just Malachi,"
Cherish said dismissively, as she walked quickly past them towards the staircase. She was hoping to get away from them before the next question came.
"Malachi?" Wilma asked. "What's wrong at the farm?"
"Nothing. He just forgot where something was."
She walked up the stairs, out of their sight, as fast as she could. She could hear them still speaking about her as she reached the top of the stairs.
"Malachi?" Aida asked. "Maybe something is going on between them," Wilma replied. "He calls an awful lot." "We know no one would call Cherish to ask where something is," Aida said, causing them both to laugh. "Unless it was cookies," Wilma added. Aida laughed again. "That's a good one, Wilma. She'd certainly know where they were." "I do know what you mean. She wouldn't know where her head was if it wasn't attached to her body," Wilma replied.
Cherish rolled her eyes and opened the door to her bedroom. She lay down on her bed and closed her eyes. For some reason, she couldn't come straight out and tell them she was dating Malachi. It felt good to keep that to herself. Krystal sat in the living room, trying to keep out of everyone's way. Both Samuel and Levi were busy reading the latest edition of their community's newsletter and ignoring her completely. She walked into the kitchen to get a glass of water, hoping to talk with someone. Chapter 27. Krystal entered the kitchen. Wilma and Aida were still sitting at the dinner table, talking amongst themselves. She walked past them and heard them whispering about Cherish. Not wanting to eavesdrop, she quickly walked to the cupboard and pulled out a glass. "Well, we best be getting home. It's getting late," Aida said to Wilma. Krystal walked over to the sink and started filling her glass with water. She could hear them whispering again. "Why don't you talk to Krystal about what's going on with Cherish?" she heard Aida say to Wilma. Krystal turned off the tap and turned around. They were both staring straight at her. She knew where this was going. "Krystal, what's going on with Malachi and Cherish?" Aida asked, straight out. Krystal thought for a moment. She didn't want to go behind Cherish's back or make things harder for her, but she thought that maybe she could help. If Wilma knew how she was holding Cherish back, she wouldn't keep holding on to her so tightly. She wanted Cherish to be happy and start a life with Malachi. She knew it wouldn't happen if Wilma kept carrying on the way she did, guilt-tripping Cherish every time she tried to talk with her. She loved Wilma and knew Wilma wouldn't want Cherish to stay single and live at home forever, especially not when Cherish had a home of her own and a good man waiting for her. Krystal walked over to the table and sat down across from them. She took a sip of water before speaking.
"Well, it's complicated. I know she really does like him."
She looked at Wilma.
"Well, what's the problem then?" Aida asked.
"Well, there's something going on, but she feels she can't continue or commit to anything with him because she can't leave the orchard. She's worried about you, Wilma, and about Levi."
Wilma looked shocked. She leaned over and pulled a tissue from the box and dabbed the corner of her eyes.
"That makes me feel terrible."
Wilma shook her head.
"It's not your fault," Krystal told her. "It is my fault," Wilma exclaimed. "It seems like I have a lot to think about." She blew her nose loudly again. I knew something was going on. Aida elbowed Wilma. Didn't I tell you? Did you see the way she was smiling when she came inside? It was him on the phone. Aida looked at Krystal, eager to find out more.
I'm not really sure who was on the phone, Krystal said, looking at Wilma. She felt bad that she'd made her cry, but she knew it was the best thing she could do for Cherish. Wilma blew her nose loudly again before standing up. I think I will call it a night. Good night. She turned around and walked out of the room before anyone could say anything. Krystal looked at Aida. Aida raised her eyebrows. Well then, I guess it's time for Samuel and me to go home like I said a few minutes ago. Wilma barely slept at all that night. She tossed and turned uncomfortably and couldn't stop thinking about Cherish. Was she holding her back? But what would she do if Cherish moved away to the farm for good? She flipped onto her back and stared at the ceiling. They would still have Krystal and Debbie living there, but they could leave at any time. She was twisted in her blankets. She tossed onto her side, stretched out her legs, and let out a loud sigh. She was not worried about waking Levi. Once he was asleep, he slept through anything. Then Wilma stared at the ceiling, trying to fall asleep, but she couldn't stop thinking. She was worried about Debbie and Krystal. Without them, she wouldn't be able to handle the chores around the house. How she wanted to talk about this with Levi, but she couldn't wake Levi. He was too sick to discuss anything with anyone. He'd only worry. She turned on her other side and stared at Levi. He was breathing heavily, his face flushed. She reached over and touched his forehead. It was hot. He moved and moaned, his eyes fluttering. He pulled his hand over his head and then dropped it back to his side, his fingers flexing. She turned over to the other side and willed herself to sleep, but her mind wouldn't let her. Around 3 a.m, she was awakened by Levi's coughing. The coughing was worse than the night before. It was raspy and raw. She sat up and waited for him to stop, but it was relentless. She touched his forehead again. It was even hotter. She pulled the blanket off him to cool him down, and then she went to the kitchen. She turned on the light and filled a glass with water. She went back to the bedroom. Levi was lying on his back, breathing heavily. There was a sheen of sweat on his forehead. She sat on the edge of the bed and leaned over him. His eyes opened slightly, and he tried to smile at her. "Have some water." She offered him the glass. He pushed himself up onto one elbow and took a sip. Then he handed her back the glass, lowered himself on the bed, and closed his eyes. Wilma put the glass on the nightstand and got back into bed. It was odd that he got like this at night sometimes, but then by morning he was better. She closed her eyes and prayed for Levi before she leaned over and kissed his cheek. Before long, her thoughts turned to Cherish. Aida would be over early in the morning to help with the food for the workers. She decided she would speak to her about the Cherish situation then. She lay there, tangled in her blankets, until the sun came up. Debbie and Krystal had left for work that morning, and Cherish was still in bed. Usually that would make Wilma mad, but today she didn't mind. Levi had woken up feeling fine. He and Samuel were now outside helping the workers who'd come for the harvest. Not that either of them could do much at their age. Then Wilma was finally alone with Aida in the kitchen. They sat down at the table to enjoy a pot of tea before starting their task of preparing lunch for the workers. Wilma also had the household chores to do. She'd piled up the end of the kitchen table with clothes that needed to be ironed, hoping Cherish would see them and iron them before she joined the workers outside. The sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a warm glow on their faces. "Thank you for coming, Aida." Wilma poured them each a cup of tea.
I'm so grateful that you're here to help me. It's my pleasure, Wilma. You know I love coming here. It's my second home.
Aida took a sip of tea. It was steaming hot, the way she liked it.
Is there anything I can do to help you before we start preparing food for the workers? I think the most important thing is to get started on the clothes. Well, I'm hoping Cherish will do the ironing. That's why I've left it out.
Aida chuckled.
That's a big hint and a huge pile of ironing. I know. It's not my favorite chore. You said the other day you had some ideas about vegetables and planting them in the winter. Can we talk about that?
Wilma was working up to talking about Cherish. She didn't want Aida to see her as someone who complained all the time. Otherwise, she might stop coming around.
Of course.
Aida cleared her throat.
I'm not sure if you know about my friend Grace.
You've mentioned her, but I don't know much about her.
She's a wunderbar gardener. I've been watching her work for the last 2 years, and I've learned a lot from her. I've been taking notes, and I have some sketches of what I think would be good for your garden.
Oh, I'd love to hear about it. Wilma leaned forward, her cup of tea in her hands.
What do you have in mind? I think a covered vegetable garden would be a great idea. It would be a shelter from the weather. There are lots of places to plant them along the sides of the house and out back.
She pointed up to the shelf above the kitchen table.
Grace even has plants in the house. She has these little planters she uses to grow tomatoes and squash. To keep them from falling over, she puts them on a board that she uses as a kind of trellis. It keeps them off the floor, and it makes them easier to water.
It sounds like a good idea. Wilma turned her teacup around in its saucer.
Grace has a big sign in her garden that says, "Food is love." Isn't that delightful?
Wouldn't it be better to say that God is love? Wilma asked. Aida's mouth turned down at the corners.
Yeah, you're right about that, Wilma. It's good to have some time alone together, Aida said. Debbie is taking Jared to work with her more and more. I wonder if that's because she doesn't want to leave him here.
I've been thinking the same thing. He might be bored here, but what does he do at the market stall all day?
Aida shook her head. I'd hate to think about it. He probably knocks things off the tables.
I don't know, Wilma said.
Something wrong this morning, Wilma? You seem distracted.
Aida blew on her tea, then took another sip.
Oh, Aida, I haven't slept but a few minutes all night. I couldn't stop thinking about Cherish and what's going to happen in the future. Levi had another bad night, too. I wonder about taking him to the doctor.
Wilma pouted.
If Levi's anything like Samuel, he'll refuse to go.
Levi's fine with doctors. He has to see one for his heart.
Ah, yes, I forgot about that.
I'll go with him to his next appointment. I'll tell his doctor about his bad nights. Levi wouldn't have thought to have told him, especially because he always seems fine again in the morning.
Good idea. Now, tell me the trouble with Cherish. Tell me all about it.
Wilma shook her head. I don't know where to start.
Start at the beginning.
Wilma opened her mouth, and it all tumbled out. I don't want to stop her from living her life, but who will help me around here? There's so much to do, and daughters aren't supposed to go too far from their mothers. I've always believed that the future husbands, should move to where their future wives live. It just makes sense.
I agree with you there, but you know it doesn't always go that way. Go on.
Aida took a sip of tea. Especially since Mercy and Favor moved so far from me. She held her breath, hoping Aida would tell her she had every right to want Cherish to stay. Aida put her tea down and looked at her.
I think you have some things you'll need to grow used to.
I don't want her to go.
I need her. Besides, I've had enough going wrong in my life."
Wilma leaned over and pulled a handkerchief out of the pile of items at the end of the table. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes.
"You're not being practical if you think you can keep her here forever. Maybe God wants you to put your faith in Him. Come on now, cheer up. This food isn't going to make itself. Let's get busy and enjoy the day."
Aida attempted to cheer her up, but Wilma wasn't willing. She had hoped Aida would have an answer, or rather tell her what she wanted to hear. Wilma sat there, quite unsatisfied.
"Wilma, you must trust in God. Look how things turned out for Krystal. Have you prayed about the Cherish situation yet?"
Wilma wiped her eyes again.
"Yeah, of course I have." "Well, you need to trust."
Aida walked over to the gas-powered fridge and started pulling out ingredients for the sandwiches.
"I guess you're right. I have a lot to think about."
She stood up and moved to stand beside Aida.
"Thank you." "For what?"
Aida asked, confused.
"For being a great friend."
She patted her on the back.
"Even though you don't have all the answers."
Aida laughed.
"No one does. You do have to let Cherish go so she can get married and have her own family for you to go visit. You have plenty of helpers around here."
Aida placed some things on the countertop.
"I guess so." "The trouble with you, Wilma, is that you don't like change." "No, I don't. I've never liked the changes I've had in my life, except for marrying Josiah. That was the one good change. And then marrying Levi."
Aida picked up a cucumber and shook it at Wilma.
"Where there is life, there is change. It's got to be that way."
Wilma approached the window and looked out. Time stood still as the sands of time reversed. She was suddenly transported back to the day her mother had sent her to deliver a pie to the widowed Josiah Baker. Her mother had grown tired of her moping about the house and thought that marriage was the answer. Josiah knew why she was there. The pie had been a decoy. Sparks flew between them on that very day. They each shared their secrets and told each other things that no one else knew. He was so warm and loving, so kind. Not long after that, they were married. She'd fallen in love with him and his 3 adorable young children. Those days had been the happiest of Wilma's life. How she wished those days would have lasted forever. She closed her eyes and pretended she was back there, and that Josiah would come into the kitchen and ask what was for dinner in his loud, booming voice. Instead of hearing him, it was Cherish's squeaky voice that she heard when she was brought back to the present time.
"Oh, great! Ironing," Cherish said sarcastically. "And who's going to do that?"
Wilma swung around to look at her.
"Yeah. Would you be a dear and do that before you work in the orchard today?"
"Sure," Cherish huffed.
"Danka," Wilma said. "See? That was easy, Wilma," Aida whispered loud enough for Cherish to hear.
Cherish frowned at them. What had they been talking about now? Chapter 28. Krystal looked up from the vintage quilt she was mending as she heard the bell on the front door chime. It was Noah. Her heart pounded. What did he want? She swallowed hard and took a deep breath. She gave him a small smile as he walked up to the front counter. "Hey," he said.
"Hey," she replied. "Nice to see you today."
She put down the quilt, then stood up from the chair. He looked exhausted. He had large bags under his eyes, and his hair looked unkempt, as though he'd just rolled out of bed. "I've come to say goodbye."
"Oh, you're leaving so soon?" she asked.
He nodded at her, then began looking over the quilts. He looked upset. "I wish I'd known my grandmother better."
Krystal felt sorry for him.
Yeah, she was a great lady.
Krystal felt sad any time anyone brought up Gertie. She'd had a rough time since her passing, and wished so many times that she could speak with her again.
It was a bit hard when she denied my existence towards the end, but I should have made the effort to make things right, to come and visit her for myself.
Krystal sympathized with him.
It's never easy being in the middle of these things. I'm sure she knows how you feel now, though, and I know she wouldn't want you to feel like that.
He looked in her direction and gave a small nod. She could see his eyes beginning to well up with tears.
I appreciate your kind words, and how patient you've been since my grandmother's death. My father has decided to sell the house as soon as possible. Is a week enough time for you to remove all your things?
Oh, yes, of course. I can get them out tonight.
No rush. I will tell my father you'll be out within the next week.
He smiled at her politely.
Where will you be staying?
I'll be staying at the orchard for the time being, Krystal said. I have kind of been staying between the orchard and Gertie's house. They have a room for me, and they're happy for me to come and go as I please.
Ah, nice. I'm glad you've got somewhere to go and people who welcome you with open arms. I know it hasn't been easy for you either.
Krystal had never seen this side of him before. He acted as if he wanted to care for her, but something was holding him back. Although he had done some terrible things, she admitted that she liked him more since seeing his softer side. Still, she knew he was capable of great anger, and she couldn't handle that.
Thank you, Noah. I'll be okay. I am very blessed to be a part of this community.
Yes, I must admit, everyone has been so welcoming and kind to me as well during my short stay. I hope one day I can let go of the regret in my heart for not making more of an effort when my grandmother was still with us.
He started looking around the shop again in silence. Krystal thought about Gertie's horse and buggy.
What about the horse and buggy? Are you selling that too?
He rubbed his chin.
Never given it much thought. Why don't you keep it?
Krystal was shocked. She shook her head.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
It is so valuable. I'll have to pay you for it.
He let out a laugh.
I'm sure my father would agree with you having it. After all, you were like a daughter to Gertie, and there for her when he couldn't be. My father and I appreciate all you did for Gertie.
I'm so grateful, Noah. I don't know what to say.
A simple thank you is all I need.
He winked at her before walking towards the door. Krystal's tummy churned.
Thank you, Noah.
I'm sure our paths will cross again one day, he said,
before he slipped out the door. Krystal couldn't believe it. Not only did she now own the quilt store, but she'd also been given her very own horse and buggy. She was so happy and in shock, she sat down before her legs gave way underneath her. Cherish pulled down an apple from the tree, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and bit into it. The crisp flesh was sweet on her tongue, though she wished for some water to cool her mouth. She had forgotten to bring her water bottle with her. It was too hot to keep picking apples, and she needed to end her work for the day. She picked up her half-full bucket of apples and walked over to the container. She poured the apples into the main bin and started walking towards the house. Halfway to the house, Aida called out to her. She turned around and looked at Aida, who was standing by the garden and waving for her to come inside. She waved hello to her and continued walking. What does she want now? She thought to herself. She was sure she was going to be scolded for taking a much-needed water break. She opened the back door and walked into the cool house. Aida was already in the kitchen, placing the fresh lemonade they'd just made into the fridge. Cherish walked to the sink and poured herself a glass of water. "Oh, good, you're here. I need you to take me into town," Aida said. Cherish finished her water, then placed her cup on the sink. She turned around to face Aida, who was still putting the bottles of lemonade into the gas-powered fridge.
What for? We need more bread for the workers. Wilma and I decided between ourselves yesterday that we'd buy rather than bake.
So, will this bread be for the workers' lunch tomorrow?
That's right.
Cherish was pleased to be getting out of work.
Okay, sounds like a good idea.
You know I don't like to drive alone since my good friend was killed when a car drove into her buggy.
I know.
When Aida turned away, Cherish rolled her eyes. Even though she was sad for Ada's friend, how many times could she hear that same story? It was repeated every time Aida got near a buggy. Cherish finished her water, then went outside to hitch the buggy. They drove into town and stopped off at the bakery to collect the bread. They were on their way back to the buggy when Cherish thought about going back to the orchard. She really couldn't be bothered picking more apples in the afternoon heat, so to take even longer, she suggested they visit Krystal.
Okay, we can visit Krystal, but only for 5 minutes. There's work to be done on the orchard, and you know it, Cherish.
Cherish smiled and placed the bread in the back of the buggy. She was tempted to point out that if Aida had driven herself, then she could have stayed working at the orchard. Krystal's shop was a short walk from where they had parked, so they headed there on foot. They opened the door and saw Krystal sitting behind the counter, crying. She looked up as they walked towards her. Cherish rushed over to her.
Krystal, what happened? Are you okay?
Krystal wiped the tears from her cheeks with a tissue and smiled at her.
It's okay, Cherish. They're happy tears. You're never going to believe what just happened.
What is it? Cherish asked, intrigued.
Noah just came in. He said I could keep Gertie's horse and buggy.
Cherish was shocked. She couldn't imagine him being that generous.
Wow, that's amazing. That's great news.
He didn't want anything for them?
Aida asked suspiciously. Krystal shook her head.
He said they're not that valuable to them, and that Gertie would have wanted me to have them.
Well, then he's more of a man than I gave him credit for.
Aida turned around and started looking around while Cherish stood at the counter speaking with Krystal.
So what else did he say? Cherish asked. They're selling the house, so I have to be out within a week. I told him I would have my things out by tonight, though. I can help if you like. That'd be great. Thank you, Cherish.
So, nothing else then? Cherish asked. Krystal shrugged her shoulders.
I guess not. I think it's probably for the best. He seems to have a few issues he needs to work on by himself.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, I think it will be lovely having you stay at the orchard with us permanently. I'm excited for it.
Krystal smiled at her.
Me too. I will look for somewhere else, though. There's no hurry.
Chapter 29. At the couple's farm. Favor had an unpleasant few days, and now she was totally depressed. She'd expected marriage to bring her happiness and joy, not heartbreak and anxiety. Simon was back sleeping in the bedroom, but they'd barely spoken 2 words to each other in days. Harriet and Melvin were acting distant with her as well. There was no doubt in Favor's mind that Simon had spoken to his parents about her. Favor had tossed and turned that night. She'd had hardly any sleep, and woke early to the sound of the roosters crowing outside her window. Now she lay in bed feeling depressed because she didn't want to face Simon or his mother. She was sure his mother and father knew Simon and she'd had a huge argument. Is this what her life was going to be like from now on? She stared at the ceiling as she listened to Harriet banging the dishes around in the kitchen like she was deliberately trying to make noise. She rolled over to her side and wrapped her pillow over her head to cover her ears. She felt tears start to fall down her cheeks. She loved Simon, but she was starting to think he hadn't been ready for a relationship when they had gotten married. He didn't know how to listen to her over his mother. All she could do was hope and pray that he would change. But she'd seen no improvement yet. There were no second chances, no divorces. Separation was the only option. She knew of only one couple who had done that, and they were old. She couldn't do that. She wanted a family. If she stayed with Simon, then who would be in charge of her family? Harriet? She heard the door open, and she turned over to see who it was. Simon was walking towards her with a cup of coffee in his hands. She sat up as he came closer to her and took the coffee from him. "Thank you," she said as she wiped the tears from her eyes. "Does your mother know you made me coffee?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I don't care." Favor raised her eyebrows. "If we were living by ourselves, you could wake up any time you like, and I'd make you tea every morning." He placed his hand on top of hers. Hearing this was like a miracle. It made Favor feel a lot better. "I'm sorry we fought," he said. "I'm sorry too." "You are right. I don't stand up for you enough." "Please give me the chance to do better," Simon asked. Favor couldn't believe what she was hearing. A huge wave of relief rushed over her. "You're my wife, and you're the most important person to me," Simon said. "Thank you. You're the most important person to me, too. I don't want to lose you, or even upset you. I want you to be happy." "I know. But as you know, we have to live here until our house is built." Favor started to bring up the fact that Harriet was insisting on having a bedroom at their new house, even though they lived on the same property. However, she decided that she'd mention it another time. This was the most progress she'd made with him in weeks, and she didn't want to spoil it. "I'm sorry for overreacting," Favor said. "No, you had every right to be upset." Suddenly, a door slammed loudly outside of her room. She rolled her eyes, sure that the event was deliberate. The noise was most likely caused by Harriet slamming something in the kitchen or another room. Harriet would have been furious about Simon bringing her coffee while she lay in bed. Simon looked at her and shook his head. "Don't worry about her. We are going to ignore her from now on. I don't want to lose you over her crazy behavior." Favor bit her lip. "I have to admit, I was having second thoughts just now." Simon looked shocked. "I'm so sorry." He hung his head. She lifted his chin with her fingertip till he was facing her. "It's okay. Hearing you speak to me like this has given me faith in our relationship again." "I'm so sorry. I really didn't realize how hard it has been for you. I give you my word that I'm going to put you first from now on." Favor smiled at him, then pulled him in close and wrapped her arms around him. "Thank you," she whispered. Suddenly, the door swung open. Harriet stood in the doorway, staring straight at them. Simon got a fright and jumped up quickly. "Ma, what are you doing?" Simon asked. "I came to see what was taking you so long. Breakfast is nearly ready, and you're still in bed." She stared at Favor. Favor looked at Simon. "Please respect our privacy, Ma." Favor smiled at Simon. At last, he was standing up for her. Harriet's jaw dropped open. "Well, it's still my house, and it's my rules. To the kitchen table in 5 minutes, or the pigs will get both of your breakfasts." She stuck her nose in the air and stormed off. Favor grabbed Simon's hand and smiled at him. "Thank you." "I told you, you're my number one from now on. You always should have been, and I'm going to make it up to you. I don't want to lose you." She gave him another hug before getting out of bed and quickly getting dressed. She hoped that this wasn't just a one-off thing. She couldn't bear to be in a marriage where Harriet was interrupting them and trying to control them all the time.
Come on, we better not make things worse. Your mother is probably shocked enough that you spoke to her like that.
He held out his hand.
I don't care anymore.
They walked out of the room.
I've had a couple of days to work out what's important in my life.
He whispered, "It's you, in case you were wondering." Chapter 30. Back at the orchard. Krystal pulled up to the orchard and parked her horse and buggy in the shade. She ran inside to find Cherish. She couldn't wait to tell her the other piece of good news she'd just found out. She opened the door and saw Aida and Wilma sitting on the couch across from Samuel and Levi. They were talking amongst themselves. They looked over as she walked through the door. She gave them a wave.
Hi, everyone.
"Hello, Krystal." Wilma turned around in her chair to face her. "You're looking happy today."
Thank you, Wilma. I had a good day at the store. Where's Cherish?
Probably off hiding somewhere.
Aida rolled her eyes. "She's upstairs in her bedroom." Wilma pointed to the stairs.
Thanks.
Krystal walked past them and then hurried up the stairs. She knocked on the door and let herself in. Cherish was lying on her bed reading a book and sat up when she saw Krystal coming toward her. She sat down on the bed beside her.
Hi, what is it?
Cherish knew from her face that something good had happened.
You'll never believe it. They agreed to let me out of the book deal.
Cherish closed her book and threw it aside.
That's great news. How did that happen? They let me out of the contract due to the content being unsatisfactory. They didn't even mention the advance they gave me or collaborating with that other author.
So you can keep the money they gave you as an advance?
Looks like it. It wasn't a lot, but it was something. I'm so happy for you, Krystal.
Cherish reached out her arms and pulled Krystal in close for a hug.
I should be upset about their opinion of the book, but I'm not. Is that normal?
Cherish laughed.
I'm not sure what normal is anymore. I also had the most successful day I've ever had at the shop. I sold 4 quilts today. 4. Wow, see? Things are looking up. All thanks to God. I've got more news, Krystal said.
What else? Cherish was intrigued.
I've decided to stay.
Cherish smiled.
Good. This is where you belong. We need to have a special dinner to celebrate. Oh, no, you can't tell anyone. I'd rather not have anyone else know about the book. It's bad enough that the bishop knows. Now Aida and Wilma do too. But I trust they've kept it to themselves. I believe so.
Cherish thought for a moment.
Okay, we will say it's the end of the harvest celebration, and we'll have it next week. I'll look forward to it. I want to tell everyone, but I can only tell you. I've been on a roller coaster ride.
Cherish frowned.
What do you mean? Oh, everything was so up and down. I can't work out why I liked Noah. I saw him as some kind of answer to my prayers, but he clearly wasn't.
Cherish raised her eyebrows.
I totally agree.
Chapter 31. A week later, and it was time for the end of harvest family dinner that Cherish had organized. Krystal, Cherish, Bliss, and Joy were helping Aida and Wilma in the kitchen, as everyone else gathered in the living room talking amongst themselves. Levi, Samuel, Adam, Matthew, Hope and Fairfax, Debbie and Peter sat in the living room laughing and catching up. Christina and Mark weren't the only close family who weren't there. Christina liked to keep her twins in their good sleeping pattern and rarely took them anywhere in the evening. Being Englishers, Carter and Florence rarely attended family dinners, and they weren't there either. Jared was sitting at the children's table, coloring with Joy's young daughters, until the food was ready.
"No, Jared, that's mine,"
Faith whined. Debbie turned around to see Jared stealing the little girl's crayons and sticking them up his nose.
"Are you going to do something?"
Aida stopped what she was doing and looked at Debbie. Debbie lowered her head, embarrassed, before rushing over and pulling the crayons out of his nose.
"You must share, Jared, and don't stick anything else up your nose."
Jared crossed his arms in front of him, clearly unimpressed. Debbie turned around to see Aida shaking her head at her.
"He's just a child, Aida,"
Debbie said quietly.
"He can't help it. I'm sure you did some unsatisfactory things when you were a child."
Aida was shocked. Her jaw dropped open in surprise that Debbie would say anything back to her. She looked over at Wilma, who shrugged her shoulders and continued what she was doing. Debbie walked over and stood next to Cherish, who smiled as if she were proud of her for saying something. Fairfax brushed past them into the kitchen to grab a glass of soda. Krystal smiled as she heard Matthew laughing loudly from the living room. She always felt good when he was around. No one could make her laugh like he did, and he didn't even have to try. Krystal had decided to stay in the community, no matter what.
"All right, you two. Take these over and place them on the table."
Wilma handed Cherish and Krystal 2 large bowls of baked vegetables. They walked over to the table and placed them on either side of the long table. Wilma and Aida placed 2 hot chickens and a large pork roast in the middle of the table, between the dishes of vegetables. Debbie carried over the freshly baked bread and placed 2 large sticks of butter either side of it.
"Everyone to the table.
Dinner is served," Wilma announced, as she placed 2 large serving bowls of gravy either side of the roast chickens. Everyone gathered around the dinner table and took their seats. Krystal sat next to Cherish. Matthew sat directly across from her, next to Adam and Levi. Wilma and Aida sat at the head of the table, whilst Joy sat with her husband at the far end of the table along with Debbie, close to the children's table. "The food looks delicious," Fairfax said. Everyone agreed. Then they bowed their heads in silence while they said their prayers of thanks for the food. When Krystal opened her eyes, she naturally looked straight ahead. Matthew looked up too and caught her eye. He gave her a wink, and she smiled back at him. Levi started slicing the pork, and Krystal waited patiently for him to finish before taking a slice. Matthew went to grab a piece at the same time, and her hand brushed into his. "Oh, sorry. You first," he insisted.
"Thank you," she said as she smiled at him.
"How was your day, Krystal?" he asked.
"It was good. Thank you, Matthew. How was yours?"
"Busy as always."
"Yeah, I know. I've never seen you sitting down or taking a break. You always seem to be on the go."
He let out a laugh. "No sleep for the wicked." Krystal looked at him and laughed. "How is the shop doing? I heard through the grapevine that it's all yours now. Is that so?" Matthew asked. Krystal sat up straight in her chair, pleased about what she'd accomplished.
"It is. I'm very grateful to God. It's been hard, but I'm so grateful that everything has worked out in the end."
"I'm so happy for you." Matthew cut into his meat, but didn't take a bite. He was playing with his food and looking down at it, like he wanted to ask her something, but was nervous about it. "So—"
"Yes?"
She cut a slice of pork and placed it in her mouth. "Noah, has he gone back home now?"
"Yeah."
She nodded her head.
"He left a few days ago."
"Oh, I thought you two had something." He trailed off as he played with his food. Krystal laughed.
"No, we didn't."
Matthew looked at her. A big smile came across his face. This made Krystal laugh again.
So then maybe...
Before Matthew could finish, Fairfax cleared his throat loudly.
Excuse me, everyone. I'd like to say a few words.
The room fell silent as everyone put down their cutlery and looked at Fairfax when he moved out his chair and stood up.
I'll take this moment to thank each one of you for the hard work you've all done this harvest. Aida and Wilma, you've done a great job keeping up the food for everyone. Samuel and Levi, you're always there to lend a hand when needed. Joy, Bliss, and Cherish did a great job as usual, as did my wonderful wife, Hope.
What about me?
Matthew asked.
Fairfax grinned.
You get better every year. You did a good job, too. I told you that yesterday.
Matthew chuckled.
I wanted everyone to hear it.
I'm also happy that it's shaping up to be the best harvest we've ever had.
Krystal looked over at Matthew. They smiled at each other as Matthew took a sip of his drink and looked up at Fairfax.
Thank you all for your wonderful work, and thank you, ladies, for this delicious meal tonight.
Everyone grinned as Fairfax finished his speech.
And I'd like to thank God, our provider, for the bountiful harvest.
Everyone murmured their agreement. After a moment of silence, Cherish stood and made another announcement.
Everyone, I would also like to say something.
Everyone stared at Cherish.
As you are aware, our dear friend Krystal has had a rough time this year. Losing Gertie wasn't easy for any of us, let alone the person she was closest to.
She turned to face Krystal.
I'd like to acknowledge how strong you've been and how much of a dear friend you've become to all of us.
Krystal's eyes started to well up with tears. She wiped a tear from her cheek and stood up.
I would like to say something, too. Thank you, Cherish, for your kind words. They mean more to me than you'll ever realize.
She looked around the room.
And all of you mean so much to me. I was not going to share this with anyone, but I know I'm among friends. I was seriously considering leaving until Gertie died. I had a lot of resolving of things that were going on in my mind.
She looked in Wilma's direction.
Wilma and Levi, thank you for giving me a second chance after I came into your home years ago as a liar. I was a lost teenager back then. Your family changed me. I have appreciated all your love and support. Most of all, I needed your forgiveness.
Wilma smiled.
Well, you have it.
You do,
Levi agreed.
We like to have a full house, don't we, Wilma?
Wilma nodded. Krystal looked around the table at everyone.
You've all been so kind and welcoming to me. I consider myself a part of this extended family. I've never had a proper family, so I've decided to stay in the community. I'm not going anywhere. I would never leave such wonderful people. I believe this is where God wants me to be.
Krystal sat down. Matthew looked at Krystal.
Krystal, I was about to say something.
Krystal looked up.
Yes?
Maybe you and I could...
Suddenly, there was a loud scream from the children's table. Chapter 32.
Mom! Mom!
Joy's little girl burst into tears and ran towards her mother. Her hair had been in 2 braids either side of her head, but they'd been ripped out. Joy looked over at the table and saw that Jared had both her hair ties in his hands. She was shocked and picked up the little girl, placing her on her lap.
Jared pulled my hair,
Faith said. Debbie stood up and walked over to Jared. She picked him up and smacked his bottom, lightly. He burst into tears.
At last,
Aida said. A red-faced Debbie turned around to look at Aida. She said nothing, but her face read, "Mind your own business." The room fell quiet as everyone stared at Debbie. She carried him out of the room as he cried in her arms, waving his hands and feet in the air. Aida looked at Wilma and shrugged her shoulders.
What?
Aida asked.
It's about time she disciplined him properly. What? What? Timmy echoed.
Everyone laughed and turned to look at Cherish's bird, Timmy, in the corner of the room. By the end of the main course, everyone said they were full, but even so, Cherish figured they'd have a little room left for dessert. Debbie walked back into the room without Jared. Cherish looked her way. "He's finally asleep," Debbie announced.
"We must thank God," Aida whispered to Wilma.
"I hope everyone is ready for cherry pie. Krystal brought it."
Cherish stood up and walked over to the kitchen bench.
"Oh, cherry pie, my favorite," Matthew said as he smiled at Krystal.
Krystal was delighted over his reaction. He was so different from Noah, who wouldn't even taste her pie and wouldn't stop complaining about his distaste for cherries. Krystal had been mystified over that. Didn't everyone like cherries?
"Make mine a large piece, please, Cherish," Matthew said.
"You'll love it. I had a tiny piece before. You really have to give me the recipe, Krystal," Aida said.
Okay."
Krystal didn't have the heart to tell anyone she'd bought the pie from the bakery. She never meant to deceive them. Cherish hadn't told anyone she'd baked it. She only said Krystal had brought it, choosing her words carefully. Perhaps Aida would forget about wanting the recipe.
It is delicious,"
Matthew said after he ate a mouthful. Krystal started to look at Matthew in a new light. She should pay him some more attention. Cherish jumped when the phone rang.
"That's the phone. I'll get it,"
she said as she ran out the door. She ran through the dark yard with Caramel running behind her. Once she pushed the barn doors open, she reached for the flashlight and turned it on. Light flooded the barn. As soon as she reached out for the phone, it stopped. Caramel sat down and looked up at her.
"Oh no, I missed his call."
She was pondering on calling him back when the phone rang again. This time, she grabbed it.
"Malachi?"
"Yep, it's me. Weren't expecting someone else, were ya?"
Cherish laughed.
"No."
The improper talking and his rough ways didn't matter to Cherish anymore.
"So, what's happening there?" he asked.
"Not much, except we're having a really big meal with everyone here. Nearly everyone,"
Cherish corrected herself.
"That's right. I'm not there."
Cherish smiled as she twirled the phone cord between her fingers.
"I wish you were."
"Me too."
"So, how are things moving with our plans? Have you had another talk with your mother?"
"I am trying. You've got to understand how difficult things are."
"I realize what your mother is like. I do. But still."
"Good. I'm glad you see things aren't easy."
"I have some news," Malachi said.
"What?"
"My uncle's making plans to bring more families into the area. The farm won't be so isolated anymore."
His uncle was the area's bishop, Bishop Zachariah.
"Oh, really?"
"Yes. That might be a good thing or a bad thing," Malachi said.
"I say it's great news."
She wanted to know how the bishop was planning on doing that, but she didn't want to waste valuable time talking about anything other than them.
"I was hoping you'd say it was good. I wish you could get here as soon as possible, or I'll have to plan something myself."
"Like what?"
Cherish asked.
"A surprise."
Cherish placed her hand on her stomach.
"You are going to wait for me, aren't you?"
"I will, but a man can't wait forever. How long is it gonna be?"
"I'm not sure. I can't give you an answer, but I don't want to wait much longer either. It's hard for both of us."
"Have you told them about us yet?"
"No."
Cherish knew that he had no idea what it was like for her.
"Isn't that a place to start?" he asked.
Yes, I do."
Cherish visualized her mother crying. It wasn't so much a vision, it was more of a recollection.
I guess that would be a start. You're right. Anyway, they must notice there's something going on with you calling all the time, surely. How's Wally?
Wally's great. He's right here next to me. How about Caramel?
Cherish looked down. He's next to me, too. I guess I'm going to have to start training him to like geese.
Cherish leaned down and patted Caramel's head. Tell me how that goes. You can't bring him here if he's gonna attack Wally.
That's all right. He'll be fine. He's easily trained. I should get back to the guests.
Good night, Cherish.
Good night.
I miss you.
Cherish replied, I miss you too.
Malachi hung up. Cherish listened to the click in the phone as he did so. Cherish replaced the receiver and sighed.
How am I going to do this, Caramel? You don't have any idea, and neither do I. You've got the easy bit. You must start liking geese and not seeing them as something to chase. I have to tell Mom something she doesn't want to know.
Cherish walked out of the barn. As she walked to the house, she decided to tell them all tonight. She'd tell them that she and Malachi were in love. Maybe she should hire a car and go back by herself and stay at Ruth's house next door. Ruth would be glad for the company, and she could spend every day with Malachi. As she got closer to the house, she wondered who would replace her within the household. Her mother and Levi weren't getting any younger. No, she told herself, things would work out if everyone trusted in God. She opened the back door and walked into the kitchen. Everyone stopped mid-conversation and stared at her. She frowned, waiting for an explanation.
How was Malachi? Ada asked, smirking. I'm guessing it was him on the phone again. Again?
Timmy mimicked Ada once more. Wilma got up.
I'll cover the birds. Danka, Wilma. It's about time, Ada said.
Time for what? Matthew asked.
Ada chuckled.
Time for more pie. Any time is pie time.
I'll agree with that,
Samuel said, speaking for the first time all evening. Ada picked up the knife and cut herself another slice of Krystal's cherry pie. Cherish pushed her doubts and fears aside. She opened her mouth to tell them that she and Malachi were in love and that she was going to stay at Ruth's place next door to the farm. But Ada interrupted.
What's this?
Ada screeched, holding up a piece of cherry pie with a bakery sticker stuck to its bottom. Everyone turned to look at it.
Oh, Krystal!
Ada shook her head, clearly disappointed. Krystal put her hand over her mouth.
The secret's out. That's how I became so good at baking.
Everyone at the table laughed, and even Ada saw the funny side. Cherish decided that tonight was all about Krystal. Her news could wait. This has been A Season for Second Chances, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 28. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Copyright 2022 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2022 by Samantha Price.